seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, hanging in the balance, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, awaken.
So we do have, of course, round one on the way of playoffs coming next week. The matches today on Sunday will not affect anything. DRX are locked into sixth place. It's just the way it's going to be. And we've had a lot of predictions, of course, with the addition of the pregame, kind of the countdown here on the LCK on the analyst carpet space. We've done a lot of predictions. We'll get into that a little bit later as well for the regular season, but it's just about time now with playoffs on the way, with round one on the way, to make our predictions for this one. So we do have our two matchups, which we could probably get on screen. Live Sandbox up against DRX and KT up against Kia. What are your guys' thought coming into this one, especially now that we are moving into best of fives?
I think this both of these matches are very likely to be 3-0s, and I think that it's going to be Live Sandbox and KT taking the series because their form is right now way better. Despite Kia technically being a higher seed than KT, the gap is so huge between those teams, it's almost criminal that Damwon has the higher seed. And that will, of course, give them a small advantage going into the series that they wouldn't have otherwise had, which might help them. But overall, I think even in a best of five, if the games are going to be as one-sided as I expect, after game one and game two, like, the fact that it's game 3 that you have to play after losing 2 crushing victories, again, that's the expectation. I think game 3 might even be the worst one of both of these series. Now, that being said, Damwon Kia in particular, I think there is no hope for DRX, as Chronicler has kind of been alluding to. That being said, Damwon Kia have a wide variety of champions they've kind of shown us here and there, like the Karthus pick we saw a few weeks ago. And maybe they have a specific plan in mind for KT Rolster, whose playstyle is, right now very much dominating the solo lane, especially the top side. And maybe Damwon Kia has a sick plan for one game, so maybe there is like the one awesome Damwon Kia game where they have a really cool draft they can definitely not use twice in the best of 5, but they will get that one really awesome draft. Maybe that could happen. But otherwise, I think KT don't even have to show anything, and they will just keep playing the same way they have the last few weeks, and they will win. And DRX is just too many tiers below Live Sandbox right now. I don't think they have a chance of taking a single game.
Yeah, I'd echo most of that. I think the Sandbox DRX game, unfortunately, because we haven't really talked about DRX at all, because their top side is just so much weaker. It really feels like it's sometimes Deft and Barrel and generally just Zeka, who it's like Rascal last split, but they made playoffs this time around. Where it's just like one player does really well, and outside of that, the team just doesn't have that much going on. So I don't expect that to be close. I actually do think that DK KT will be close. I expect it to go to KT in the end, but Damwon to me feel like a team that, even though overall their form has been relatively high and low, I think that this roster still will perform well. And like on a given day, you need to make this work. Looking at, for example, the series that they played against Gen G, but I also don't think that they'll have the consistency to actually get a win. Like actually get the series win and actually pull through, because individually the performances have just been too shaky. Damwon would be my pick. Like if someone makes a deep run that we don't really expect to like make it to finals, it's probably still Damwon over KT and Sandbox, but that might also be, putting too much faith in the fact that it's a team that has done this in the past, and a team that, to me, they really feel like RG2, where it's like, can you ever really count them out? Yeah. And reasonably, I don't think that they should win. I agree with Wolf that right now KT should be, in terms of power ranking, should be 4th over Damwon. But I think that will be a fun round 1 match. I think the other one will not be fun, and it will just be Sandbox kind of dunking on DRX, unfortunately, as even the best parts of DRX don't match up that well. Like, I think Zeka is, maybe ahead of Closer, but it doesn't really matter because Closer is still pretty close, and the rest of the team is just miles. Like jungle and bot lane performances it's an astronomical difference, and the skirmishing, which is very important in the current meta, like DRX just doesn't do that very well. So
They
I
just
don't. No, so I don't
generally.
No, so I don't think that one is going to be even remotely close.
I think it's really easy to draft against DRX in this meta. You just take away Def's Kalista, and you're like, okay, Zeka's not going to get prio. He doesn't play like that. And then Kingen is just going to play a tank topside. And
in Zeka's defense, he also doesn't have a jungler. Like that it's just...
Still kills it on Ari. I mean,
yeah.
And mostly Ari, but,
you need to have 2 lanes, I think, as DRX where you can find an angle, and they don't have that. And Pyosik can be like, oh, we got 1.5. I could fix it, but I mean, unfortunately, his form hasn't been that great. Pyosik is, for me, the most disappointing part of DRX because his form has been like this all season long. Pyosik has either looked like maybe he's, punching the ceiling and almost up there with Owner and Peanut in terms of his performances individually. Sometimes he's really hitting it, but then sometimes he's over there with the LMs and the Umpties of the world and hasn't been finding the same sort of success. And what Pyosik we see on the day, I think, will really affect how DRX will perform.
Yeah, I think that's going to matter a lot. And speaking to DRX, and their potential, obviously I'm kind of on the Live Sandbox train as well. I think that if you look this dominant, it's a lot like Gen G, where it's like, okay, you're just bopping people on the head. Like, you're just really good. You're probably going to win. But it is an interesting story of, like, a bit of lack of experience on the side of Live Sandbox versus some of the most experienced guys on the side of DRX, right? Because not only do you have Def, but you have Beryl, who's a world champion. You have Zeka, who, not him, but you know, he's been playing a little bit, but not nearly as much as the other guys. Pyosik and Kingen have been around for a good while. You know, they have experience in best of fives and stuff like this. Liv Sandbox, you know, before this season, have they made playoffs? I mean, did they once? Maybe in sixth? No,
like I think they, like
I don't think so.
No, I think when they came into the league, like in 2018,
Once?
2019.
Yeah, not Leave Sandbox, but Sandbox Gaming.
Gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the current iteration,
like a totally different team.
had a great shot last year, and then they didn't make it because of the Croco and Summit incident. No, they didn't.
So, you know, just speaking to that, you know, I'm not calling for the collapse of Lip Sandbox. I think they are going to win, but there is an angle. Like, if you're a DRX fan, it's like, who knows? Maybe if game 1 and the meta we're in, it's like very snowball-y. Like, what if Liv Sandbox are caught sleeping and DRX win game 1? Like, how are they going to handle that? Like, I hope it's in a good way, because if it's not, I don't think that's good either for the LCK. I think if our third place team comes in and just totally, you know, just super underperforms and does not look good and looks very inexperienced and can't handle the pressure, that's not a good look. So I hope they come in with, you know, at least some plans for how they can handle the best of 5, because DRX have been here a million times before.
Deft might play his last professional games in that best of 5.
Yeah.
It is really hard to even wrap my head around that. And we've talked about so much of everything else. We've talked about his experience as a player. We talked about the meta, but as you were kind of going into the experience angle there, I just, you know, kind of suddenly realized again, like, this might be, you know, on the 17th of August.
Well,
like,
they have
Deft...
the gauntlet as well, right?
That's true. That is true. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, there's still hope.
Oh, there's more games
Oh, God,
left.
thank God.
There's
All
more
right.
Deft.
Because I was like, whoo-hoo.
You made it last time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that will be his last chance to get an LCK title, though, is this season, and it'll be his last playoffs, of course, of the LCK. So hope he at least has a good game, a set of games.
It's like the end of an era. We don't talk about Legacy and Kings as much
Yeah.
in the LCK, but Def to me is still, over the period of time, like the dominance that he's shown, I think the greatest AD carry of all time. Even though like he's never won a Worlds, just the amount of relevancy that he's had across different metas, across different teams, different regions is mind-blowing. And thinking that, barring the gauntlet, that might be a bit of an underwhelming swan song is, you know, not everyone can be Khan and fail spectacularly in one last Worlds final.
Shebang. Yeah.
Yeah.
One last Yasuo top.
Oh, don't remind us, Wolf.
Oh no. Yeah. So that's kind of my thoughts on, you know, maybe DRX has an angle there. In terms of DK versus KT, I don't want to go too far on it, but yeah, I mean, DK is similar idea. They have tons of experience. Canyon and Showmaker, maybe they pull something out of the hat and they totally get an upset. KT certainly the favorites based on the form here at the end of the split. And they should win, but I also think it'll be a little bit closer. You know, maybe like a 3-1. Final predictions for round 1. What do you guys have in terms of numbers for these two matches?
3-0, 3-0. I'll just say it once again. Like, you got more time to talk. There you go.
No, I don't need that much. I think it's a 3-0, and it's let's say 3-1 for KT. I'm not gonna. No, you know what? I think it's a 3-2. I think that one's actually gonna go all the way, and I think it'll be a really good round 1 matchup.
Okay. I'll go 3-0, 3-0 as well. I was thinking maybe the 3-1 for KT, but yeah, I don't know. I think they have pieces of the puzzle as well. Like, as long as Vikla doesn't, you know, go up in flames and disappear, like, I think they should be pretty strong.
Always does. That's the secret.
That's his magic trick. Atlas, what do you think for predictions?
Boringly enough, boys, I am 3-0, 3-0 as well. I think there's absolutely no chance DRX takes a game, even in anyone's wildest dreams. And one of those people is me, and it makes me very sad to say so, but I think that the DRX dream is officially over. Sheds a single bear-like tear. But the second series, I think, is actually quite interesting because either KT 3-0s, like we all expect, I'm also predicting a 3-0 for KT, or we get the proof that Damwon Kia have actually just been sandbagging this entire time. They knew that they were going to be able to get a decent seed in playoffs because of their round one, and therefore they don't necessarily need to show anything throughout the remainder of the summer season and come into this playoffs and absolutely destroy. If they do that, then it will be a 3-0 as well. It'll just be Damwon's way, and I think that that is highly unlikely, and I've been on the Damwon copium way too much throughout this season, and so I'm going to stop here.
But yeah, that's round one. Pretty interesting stuff. I think a lot of us are expecting it to be pretty one-sided, but there are pretty interesting dark horse stories for if, the teams that are not the favorites do come back. So I think that's pretty exciting as well, even though on paper it doesn't feel like it should happen.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. These are the good, these are the good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These are the good, these are the good. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world 젠지입니다. 와, 아니 젠지 진짜 미친 거 아니에요, 젠지? 아니 이거 전율이 드는데요? 나이스! 아니 상상도 못했는데요, 이거는. 우와, 저비! 순간적으로 슈퍼플레이가 연달아 몇 개가 나올지 모를 정도예요. ENG 슈퍼플레이, 도란 슈퍼플레이, 룰러 슈퍼플레이 다 나왔어요. 리버 샌드박스 비오 2라운드 갑니다. 와, 아니 이거 진짜 프린스가 이거 미쳤어요. 프린스가 다 그냥 그거 깼습니다. 원딜의 메이킹이 나온 거죠. 맞습니다. 나이스! 너무 좋아! 리버 샌드박스! 딴기가 없는데요? 네. 소름 돋는 한타 설계력 포인트를 너무 잘 집었어요. 리버 샌박의 몸에 생기가 차오릅니다. 이번 시즌에 정말 주인공급 활약을 하면서 엄청난 돌풍을 일으켰는데 그 돌풍이 쉽게 잠재워지면 이상하죠.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Uribank Playoffs Round 2. I am Atlas, joined by Chronicler, here for what should be an absolute banger. If Prince's performance in the playoffs prior to this has anything to say about it.
I'm just happy you're back, Atlas, and it's a wonderful day. We got Genji, who have been looking absolutely incredible, and most likely going to bring an end to the Live Sandbox fairy tale, but never expected they would make it here, so that's a win in and of itself.
Yeah, so I was going to say that it's basically been your expectation that they'd fail.
Oh yeah.
Since what, like round 1 of summer, and that still hasn't happened. Why does it have to stop here, Chronicler, is the question. Not meaning to bait you into any optimism or anything like that. Let's jump into the playoffs bracket, though, and check out how we got here. It was a 3-1 against DRX for Live Sandbox that has landed them against Genji. Genji got first pick and selected Live Sandbox. I kind of expected this to happen regardless of who the other opposition was going to be, just with how well Genji match up against Live Sandbox. And of course, tomorrow we have T1 taking on Damwon Kia, because Damwon somehow managed to win that 5-game series against KT. Who would have thought that Cloud Drakes were that scrumptious?
Well, you knew, but no one else knew, and definitely a surprising one.
It certainly was. Let's see who's going to be surprised today as we bring up some predictions here and go through this one. Of course, Genji, it should be all gold down here is what we're expecting. However, there might be some change-ups. As you can see, okay, Wolf and Valdez, both of them predicting the Live Sandbox win.
I couldn't do it. If they win here today, I'll 3-0 every prediction for the rest of my life when it comes to Sandbox. But there's a reason. I personally applaud the bravery. I'm not a brave man myself when it has come to my playoff predictions. I do think it'll be close. I'm not a 3-0er.
Yeah. I think if I was asked today, I would say 3-0, but I was ill, I was unwell, and so therefore 3-1 Andy sort of struck me, and I was taken. I apologize. Hopefully tomorrow I will be better as far as predictions are concerned. But it's certainly looking like it is going to be very Genji favored. As you can see with the fan prediction, you guys at home do somewhat agree that Genji should certainly be the hot favorites here.
And they should, right? This team, as great as we've all been enjoying, me in particular, the story of Sandbox, when it comes down to it, Genji have broken one of the hardest records to break that has stood the test of time for so incredibly long, the plus 30 game score, finally breaking the plus 29. And you've earned that vote of confidence.
Absolutely have. Let's get into points of the match here and really get into brass tacks between both Genji and Live Sandbox. Both of these teams behind absolutely unstoppable 80 carries. Ruler versus Prince is going to be a very, very large focal point in this series.
And Genji, the only series that they lost, of course, the first one against T1, outside of that absolute dominance.
Yeah.
The plus 30, as we've talked about many a time, finally breaking past that plus 29 that has really been the hallmark of this team, is going to not only win the split, but probably make a pretty good run afterwards as well. And that has been true so far. Round 1, as we can see here, 2-0, as was round 2, but that round 2 name did look a little different.
It certainly did. They have Liv Sandbox haven't actually won a game since the beginning of spring this year. Prior to that, I mean, it hasn't been a whole lot of winning for Liv Sandbox against Gen G just in general. However, these teams have gone through a lot of reiterations. As, yeah, Peanuts Poppy, what is it, 10-0 right now? He's pretty good at this champion. One could say. And you could imagine that it's going to be a pretty hot commodity in this series because Croco's been pretty good at this one too. The Vi also certainly screaming up the priority list on this patch.
Vi, the most iconic of Croco champions, I personally say.
And
really,
this was the play too.
It was the one. Because Vi, of course, has risen in the later half of the split to a very high priority pick for many A teams, especially compared with Ari. But Croco really coming into his own, making great use of his mid laner performing a lot better, and the addition of Prince. Still has some Croco moments every now and then. And against Peanut, you can't really afford to have those.
It's absolutely true. However, he's definitely got to be playing aggressively. Is this, like, the chomp animation? Just amazing stuff. And yeah, let's get into it. Ruler versus Prince. Both of these players have been such extraordinary carries for their teams. 866 playoff DPM for Prince in their last series. Both of them sitting on 1,200 POG points. First place at the end of the season. It's just so easy to call the key player matchup.
Yeah, it's not a toughie this time around, as we have seen, in case of Sandbox, how far they can push their other lanes just to be in service of Prince. Prince, Cal, and Croco, to me, are really the core of this team. And the really scary thing when it comes to Gen G is that Ruler is having one of the best splits of his entire life.
Yeah.
But the rest of his team is also playing. They're not even what we see with Sandbox, where like everything else gets sacked so that Prince can play. Ruler is just getting these advantages together with Lance, and to be fair, little attention from Peanut every now and then.
Yep, and this is with Chovy still hoovering up every single minion on the map. It's amazing that Ruler still manages to get money. I told a lie, actually. It was 20 DPM higher, but 887 DPM here for Prince, as he has just been absolutely unbelievable. We remember this when he was back on Liv Sandbox at the end of last year. He was great, but it wasn't up to this level of extreme dominance, and the turnaround that Liv Sandbox experienced between last season and this, now that Prince is back, is just extraordinary. Let's have a look at some of the team stats here between Gen G and Liv Sandbox. We've got the playoff ones as well here just to check in on whether Liv Sandbox have improved.
And what it really showcases is that Sandbox have been very good in their meta read, I think, in terms of how important dragons are. Gen G, they've been getting dragons because they win every lane, so that the dragon seems like an afterthought. For Sandbox, it often involves having Dove drop multiple waves, having everyone rotate over to ensure that survival, and teams haven't really been able to punish them. And I think with Gen G's laning power, that today is going to be one of the cruxes and one of the issues that Liv Sandbox is going to have to solve. Do they really want to stand up to Gen G?
Yeah, I agree. I think that there is a bit of a gap there on the top side of the map as well. I think outside of that, there is a lot to be really excited about for both teams. Closer versus Chovy has all of a sudden become so much more exciting with the fact that Closer has really upped his game, especially moving into the playoffs. He did get a lot of Ari, which maybe he shouldn't have necessarily been able to, but otherwise, looking absolutely fantastic.
And the irony with Gen G's soul percentage is you don't need to get soul if you win the game before it's on the Rift. And that has actually been something that they've been doing a whole lot. And overall, I do truly think that Gen G are a problem that Liv Sandbox just haven't really been able to deal with, and I don't know if today will be any different.
I just don't think that it's necessarily going to matter to Liv Sandbox. This is the thing that we all absolutely love about Liv Sandbox, is the fact that they will just play the same game no matter who their opposition are, and they are just going to do their very best to take as many fights as they possibly can. Yes, Gen G are extraordinarily scary, but I do not expect Liv Sandbox to actually play scared against this team. I just can't see it happening. Not with Croco, the way that we saw him today. Do you see him backstage? There was not even a glimmer of a smile. It was ruthlessness on that man's face.
Yeah, that's what happens every time that anyone that hasn't been Peanut has been facing off against Croco, just having an incredible round 2. And him and KL, to me, have been really the big pressure points for Sandbox, and how this team plays around Prince has been incredible. And very excited to see what today will bring.
Yep, exactly right. Let's have a little bit of a word with the coaches, though, and really get their thoughts on how this match is going to go.
제가 이제 뭐 감독되고 정규 시즌 1등을 처음 해봤는데 확실히 1등 되니까 좀 더 기쁘고 기분이 좋습니다. 사실 좀 고민을 좀 많이 하고 있었는데 저희가 아직 고르지도 않았는데 리브 샌드박스 측에서 저희가 골랐다는 식으로 인터뷰를 해서 고민을 하다가 그래 그냥 샌박 이렇게 좀 된 것 같습니다. 리브 샌드박스 같은 경우에는 이제 교전도 잘하고 특히 이제 바텀을 좀 잘 키우는 그런 운영을 좀 많이 하는 것 같은데 그래도 제일 중요한 건 저는 오늘은 정글이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 사실 뭐 깜짝 픽이야 뭐 어느 팀이든 다 준비를 했을 거기 때문에 그거에 따른 뭐 생각은 해놨지만 그 깜짝 픽을 한다고 해서 저희가 막 당황하거나 그러진 않을 것 같습니다. 이번에 강릉이라는 약간 새로운 곳에서 결승이 열린다고 하는데 저희가 꼭 이겨서 가고 싶고 팬분들도 강릉에 오셔서 저희 꼭 많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 처음으로 일단 플레이오프 2라운드에 올라온 거에 있어서는 되게 기쁘고요. 일단 그것보다는 일단 저희가 최소로 하는 목표를 이뤘다라는 거에 좀 더 의미가 있고 그리고 앞으로 좀 더 높이 올라갈 수 있다라는 거에 좀 더 의미를 두고 있어서 팀 전체적으로도 되게 긍정적인 것 같습니다. 젠지는 사실 팀적으로 완벽하기 때문에 어디 한 곳이 걱정되는 부분이라기보다 팀 전체적으로 강하다 보니까 저희도 이제 좀 더 팀적으로 그 팀을 이기기 위한 이제 공략이나 전술적 분석을 해서 준비를 해왔습니다. 체급 차이가 난다면 그것도 아마 소용이 없을 수 있지만 분명 상황이 된다라고 하면 뭐든 다 써서라도 최대한 이길 수 있는 방향으로 갈 것 같습니다. 피넛 선수의 동선이 초반 동선이 가장 중요한 것 같고 그리고 바텀 라인전이 제일 중요한 것 같습니다. 일단 여기까지 올라온 것만으로도 정말 이제 본인들의 능력을 어느 정도 인정을 했다라고 생각하고 증명을 한 부분이라고 생각하는데 상대적으로 강팀이라고 해서 기죽지 않고 본인들의 플레이를 충분히 보여주고 좀 자신감 있게 플레이를 해줬으면 좋겠습니다. 저희에게도 아직 1시드 진출이라는 기회가 남아있기 때문에 결승을 간다라고 하면 분명 우승을 목표로 할 거고 그걸 위해서 오늘 경기도 최선을 다하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And now it's time to welcome Gen.G to the LoL Park stage, possibly for the last time this year before heading to the final if they manage to win, or maybe back here for the qualifier if that is not going to be the case. Still, a lot of expectation that they are going to be heading to Konglung and then to Worlds immediately after.
And they've earned that expectation. Let's not forget, beginning of the splits, most teams were still expecting T1 to be the dominant team within the LCK, and they still have been. They're still second place with a very large gap of the rest of the field. But Gen.G, truly, after a refusal from Ruler to play in the Asia Games because he wanted to focus on the team, he wanted to focus on the synergy with Lahen's team, of course, missing out on MSI, but if you look at the form that they are in right now, they have been absolutely incredible. And not even the dreaded Gen.G regular split buff into playoffs drop-off, I think is going to be a thing here today, Atlas.
Well, we'll see whether it does happen. They've got this team to contend with. Liv Sandbox in their purple outfits today as well. They do like to mix it up here on the stage. And this is a squad that has taken a lot of hearts this season, especially for that bottom side. I think Kyle has been absolutely amazing, but Prince has stolen the show largely, and it's going to be a lot up to him in order to really get Liv Sandbox off on the right foot, because it's exactly what Score said. They do like to play through a scaling bottom side and allow Prince to do basically everything in the late game, and then he does, Chronicler. That's the crazy thing. He just does every time.
Prince with a lead generally doesn't lose, and it has been something that Sandbox have been relying on. Sacrificial topside, Croco with extremely aggressive pathing, and that is something that I expect to see come through today. It's also the reason why when these two teams faced off in round one, they didn't get beaten. They got demolished. Yeah. They won fast, and they lose fast. However, recently Sandbox hasn't been doing a whole lot of losing, as mid-prio going to be the talk of the day for the key player matchup. And I think that this is a layup to, because whoever has mid-prio gets the freedom in the jungle, and wherever the jungle goes, which will be bot lane, is really what's going to be a big difference maker in this one.
I think it could come down to the draft, though, just a little bit, because we have seen a few of these top-side drafts actually working out. We know that Doran does fantastic things if given a few of those extra resources. You don't need to give resources to this guy. Chovy just tends to find resources on the map. So that's okay. You can guarantee that there's going to be priority there. But if Closer manages to get Izari, for example, or another one of his priority picks, then things could definitely go into Liv Sandbox's favor. And I think that a lot of it, like Score was saying, I actually had a bit of a chuckle at this because Score was like, the jungle is the most important role. And it's like, of course, Score. Of course, that's what you think.
Ball take. Ball take, Score.
But Croco versus Peanut is very important. And you also saw on the Liv Sandbox side, they are very wary of Peanut's early pathing and what he's going to be able to get done. Him on your screen right here. It's going to be a lot about how the early game machinations are going to occur. As look at this, look at Croco. He is just, there is not even the hint of a smile.
No, this team has been mostly serious business until the game is actually won. I don't think any of them matches the sheer insanity of Lahens winning anything or picking Singed or just in general. His chaotic energy is hard to match. But as you pointed out, truly it's an underdog story here today. Sandbox winning a lot of hearts, but even in their match against DRX, you know, the macro is something that leaves some to be desired at times. There's waves being dropped that, as much as we joke about them, don't really have to. There can be a lot of moments that I think a team that is playing as well as Gen G can definitely punish. But I'm also really interested, as you pointed out, towards the draft. I expect Poppy to just be banned away.
Hopefully, yes.
Because in particular, in case of Peanut, that pick has just been absolutely bonkers and has been a really, really big problem. But we are in a meta where no matter what happens in the pick ban phase, you can always name something and you're like, how can they let that through?
Is that baby Chovy?
I think it is.
That is so cute. That's an invitation to the finals. He's handing that one out. Oh, that is actually so cute. Oh, wow. Hasn't changed a bit, as you can see right there. But I think that, like, the draft is going to be really interesting, but level with me on this, just for one moment. Red side bans for Liv Sandbox. How flexible do you think red side bans are going to be? Because I think kind of not flexible at all, in even the slightest way.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues there, as immediate respect to Croco, because giving over Lucian, Poppy, and Kalista are all not okay.
And Sivir.
Well, and Sivir, and kind of Zeri as well.
And Yuumi.
Yes, also that exists. And you can't pick Yuumi because they have Singed.
They have Singed, yeah.
Which that's a sentence that we're throwing out as. The Nautilus ban is a really interesting one to me, and it might also provide an avenue for Sandbox to divert from a draft where you just go for all the OP bans and instead try to trade as much as possible, because even though KL has been very, very strong on the pick, it's interesting to see it being this high in terms of priority. And I wonder whether that is a giveaway to Gen G wanting to lock in maybe something like Izari, as it is a nice spread. Ton of the most iconic picks, I think, for Sandbox rather being banned away. And as we pointed out, I'm 99% sure this will just be a Lucian ban. Although, maybe you go for the Sivir instead.
Yeah, I kind of think
it's really tough.
So does it have to be Sivir or does it have to be Yuumi? This is the thing that's really difficult, because we've seen Yuumi compositions work out quite well. It will be Renekton anyway. So Gen G with a lot of different options. That Lucian that you were talking about is certainly very good at keeping some control of that early game, as we've seen prioritized many times before. It was Damon's first match where the Lucian really did manage to actually get the value that we weren't often expecting of the pick, but it will be the Yuumi first pick. And this is Lahen's Yuumi. By the way, everyone, he's the guy that made Yuumi the most broken here in the LCK, and it has continued to be that way.
Yeah.
as Siva is looking to be the response.
Going back a couple of patches here, as the Yuumi used to be a big problem because you can't really pick Zeri into it because then you play into Yuumi Sivir. Overall, I think a really tough ask to deal with this, and obviously it's going to be Zeri Yuumi. That one seems like a no-brainer. Zeri has definitely dropped on this patch, and I think justifiably so. But Zeri Yuumi specifically as a duo, I think it's the same as Lucian Nami. If you're comfortable playing with it, I think you can win no matter what. As Genji, the Renekton bend away, but the Azir they'll still be able to get their hands on. The premier mid laner right now, able to scale, able to punish in lane, and able to provide such an incredible amount of power. And thus far, really feels like both teams are kind of getting what they're looking for here.
Kind of surprised that it's the Sylas instead of the Ahri that Closer has been prioritizing so incredibly highly, but Sylas into the Azir has certainly been something that later in the game has worked out extraordinarily well. This is very Live Sandbox though, because Sylas doesn't win against Azir in the early game, but that's not, like Live Sandbox don't win in the early game. So I guess we're just going to see whether we can get past that first hurdle without falling 7,000 gold behind.
And now Sandbox have the opportunity to maybe ban out some of the champions that make Krako's life a lot more uncomfortable. There we already see the Xin Zhao being taken away. Wouldn't be surprised at a Trundle ban as well. Trundle also, of course, kind of obnoxious for Sivir as she doesn't have a dash to deal with the pillar. And for Genji, ban strat's really interesting because you can, of course, focus some attention towards that top side, but I'd expect him to go for more support bans to really try, as we see the Ludo come through, and mitigate the impact that Kael is going to have, because he has been very instrumental for Live Sandbox looking as good as they do, and you can't bang out old tanks. And we know it's an R4 Ornn here, so I don't think that there's any other consideration. And if that's banned away, it's an R4 Gragas. Doesn't really matter. Just let that happen, and try to make sure that your bot side of the map has as strong a matchup as possible.
Yep, I kind of think that it might even just be a throwaway Ornn ban. I wonder whether Genji actually respect the Singed counterpick to the point where they're actually going to ban it away. I highly doubt it, because that is definitely just the Lehend special.
It is. Oh, Lehend. And wouldn't mind an Ornn ban here. The one thing to note is that Genji's composition is one that really come online, as it will be the Ornn ban after all. I think that is still completely fine. Doesn't really limit Live Sandbox, but Ornn right now considered the strongest frontliner, has great non-committal engage. Not the opportunity for you to go like a Braum or a Sylas counterpick, so I think that ban makes a lot of sense. For Genji though, this is a composition that, while it has prio, particularly in mid, the spikes for both these champions normally comes later in the game. Now, we have already seen that generally the amount of pressure that Genji is able to provide in lane, regardless, is incredible. As this really, really cool, because I was actually expecting Renata, I haven't talked about it yet, but she was extremely high prio for basically the entirety. We even saw why, as Kellen kind of
smurfed.
Yeah, smurfed on KT with that one. But it's going to be the Amumu instead. Not something that often we see without a Kalista. And also a pick that I think into a Zeri Yuumi can do a lot of damage. Don't forget, Amumu into Zeri, very, very strong, especially in the early game.
Yeah, it's of course his passive being able to just reduce damage of individual hits, and Zeri doing a lot of individual hits.
Oh yeah.
Trundle going to be the pickup here. You mentioned it already, the power of the pillar. I thought maybe a Jarvan might come in, but not going to be the case. It's going to be a little bit more meta than that, as of course Dove is going to choose the next tank on the tier list. No surprises, even if there is a Trundle there. It does not matter, it's Dove. And so that's why Genji pretty confidently just pick a Subjugate, knowing that they're going to be able to throw it at a Sejuani with Frost Armor and everything. Like, doesn't matter. Live Sandbox, they still just need Dove on a tank.
Yep. Pick a Sejuani into Trundle. Does it feel good? No. No, not in particular. But they're going to do it anyway.
Does Dove notice? I think Dove feels great. I think he does.
Oh, he does.
I don't think
he doesn't care.
I don't think he cares at all.
Dove doesn't care about anything. I mean, we've already established that many a time. And looking at these overall compositions, the Aatrox is there to provide a pressure point and make sure that, especially with how Genji have been playing, expect him to try again to get that prio in 3 lanes. Then keep Kroko on lockdown. As long as you can track Kroko, make sure that he's not able to get off any early plays or even invade him, prevent him from getting to level 6 where the team fighting power really spikes without so much as a hitch. Means that for Sandbox, the ability to fight around the early Drake is going to get mitigated, and that is something that they do, I think, really rely on.
Yeah.
But if you make a misstep with this Gen G comp, especially in the early game, and like your Azir and your Yuumi and Zeri fall behind, there is a lot of room for the Sandbox comp to take agency of this game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit terrified of the Aatrox Yuumi combo, because that just seems like an Aatrox that is impossible to kill, and does do a lot of damage at a time in the game where Live Sandbox won't be doing a whole lot. This is one of the dangers, right? You were talking to me about this off camera earlier on, but second Drake seems to be where so many of these games on this patch are decided. I don't think that that's a point in the game where Live Sandbox are all that strong, necessarily.
But in theory, outside of the top side, neither should Gen G be, right?
Ooh,
and that's why
true.
the early game, I think, is going to be absolutely instrumental. Take a note of where these junglers go. Look at the skirmishes. See what Sandbox is able to do.
And see whether Prince can wield some more of that magic. Let's hop into the first game, Playoffs Round 2. With Sandbox fans sounding extraordinarily passionate, but of course, Gen G still out in force here in Lowell Park, an absolutely packed stadium here for today's best of 5. And our first Drake will be an Infernal, so not going to have any more Infernal Souls. We've had a lot of those so far these playoffs. It's been very fiery. Thankfully, we did get a Cloud Soul in the last match. Sorry, KT fans, for reminding you.
Painful, Atlas.
Yeah, but I like to keep track of just how many Cloud Souls we do get. As Lehens is on his B Yuumi one more time. He is very fond of this one.
I don't really have a strong preference for Yuumi skins, personally.
No, I prefer no Yuumi to be in the game at all.
Brave take.
Is sort of, yeah, I know. There's a lot of people that absolutely love Yuumi, I think, just in general. So it is, I say that with my heart in my throat. However, yeah, I don't really have a preference on Yuumi skin either. I just know that Lehens really does like this one, throwing bees at people.
And looking at the runes here, do see that Lehens not going for pots, went for an early control ward instead, already taking some precautions towards a Croco gank. Croco, of course, on the Wukong, seen the gank pathing where you W over the wall early on, be fairly effective as Ruler. Lehens already playing without fear. Do note that, of course, the bandage toss for Cal is something that needs to be respected, but already fighting for early level 2 here in the bot lane.
Yep. Also, Control Ward was picked up first by Lehens as well, as you can see, already in that Tri-Brush, just to make sure that Gen G will have, if they can defend it, permanent vision of this bottom side, just to see if there are any cheeky monkeys making their way over the wall. As we have a look at this, 8 loss streak for Zeri. Remember, aiming lost on this when he was almost just an absolute raid boss that was unkillable in teeth. And by almost, I mean he was, but then his Nexus exploded while he wasn't there.
Yeah, he didn't actually get to fight at all.
Yeah. So Yuumi won the game, however, KT didn't. Sorry, not Yuumi. Zeri won the game, but KT didn't, unfortunately. Yeah. So I think we count that as a victory for the Yuumi in spirit. But in actuality, it's just the 8th loss in a row.
It is, yeah. And it's something that makes sense, considering what has been happening to our LCK. A lot more proactivity, as this is a thing you will see very often. Not a surprising stat whatsoever, as early pathing here has been both junglers starting top, heading towards bot side, but with the great vision coverage, neither bot lane really feeling threatened whatsoever. And do want to note that Closer also going for the first strike here on the Stylus, opting into something else than the usual Conqueror, of course, in this lane. Chovy, not surprising that he has opted into that himself, but should help Closer both find some really nice burst winners and also try and keep up with Chovy in terms of early goal generation.
Well, that is an optimistic goal. However, one that I absolutely respect.
Hey, so far.
Yeah, so far so good, absolutely.
Keeping up.
should theoretically be something that is quite difficult to achieve based on the statistics that we do have available to us. As Doran and Dove fighting it out here towards the top side. We did have a bit of a check-in. Doran with a huge wave that he's stacking up for Dove to deal with, but so far you can see Dove doing absolutely fine. Only a few CS behind with a bunch to pick up in this wave. Sejuani's going to be pretty happy. And we'll see how it's going to change as first backs come in and things like this. You can imagine that Doran looking for a couple more items before he's really happy.
Yeah, the Aatrox, especially in these tanky matchups, I think, in particular Sejuani, who actually has a very strong laning phase, especially with Ignite, and needs to be respected, especially when there is the risk of a Croco gank as well. Really should be a lot stronger as we get more and more levels in the Darkened Blade and when we get the first back in, so that there is some actual damage available for Doran and his poke actually starts sticking, because right now Dove still not too bothered by it, sitting on you know, a nerfed, but still without a shadow of a doubt tasty cookie or two. And together with his shield, gonna be feeling completely fine. Of course, the all-in, especially post 6, will be very, very tough. Doran will have a lot of added survivability.
Yep. Keeping our eyes on where the first neutral objective take is actually going to come from. If Liv Sandbox somehow manage to do it, we are going to be very impressed, and we'll certainly give them a huge buffer as far as getting some control back for themselves. We talk about this even though Gen G's composition does scale pretty well as well, as you pointed out, Chronicler. But I have a feeling that first item spikes probably in Gen G's favor. We'll see if Liv Sandbox can mitigate it as Peanut walks over that control wall that they put down before, spots Croco as Ruler's fighting Kyle here towards the bottom side. Prince very low on mana, low on health as well as they get the flash out. Immediate flash follow there from Peanut, but he's going low. Kyle just surviving for so long. Prince picks up first blood as Lahen's the you and me does come out. They trade 1 for 1, but Prince picking up first blood, that's a huge win for Liv Sandbox.
Absolutely colossal, Atlas, as there was also a level up there for Peanut, and Gen G felt very confident. Not going to be the case as Croco.
Yeah, he's going for a potential dive here, but Ruler looking to chase this one out. Taking a lot of damage, and there's the flash forward. Ruler just picks it up. Prince trying to offer some... Oh, he flashes! And he will be able to secure another one. So, yeah, it's 2-2 on the top, but look at this. It's a 2-0 Sivir.
Oh, Prince, he's trying to get this wave in. Maybe pick up Lahen's as well, but there is Peanut again.
Yeah, Peanut's rotating around one more time. The bop and block here from Lahen. Prince knew that he was dead, wanted to give the kill over to the Yuumi instead, but Kyle, he might be left for the Wolves at the same time. Oh my goodness, it's a disaster, or is it? Here, Chronicler, because Kyle does make it out. Didn't, of course, have his flash, but that is absolutely okay. Gets to his turret. 3-2 now is the kill score in favor of Gen G, but the 2 is on the Sivir.
Yeah, and I think they'll be pretty happy with it. Here, of course, do have a wave that is helping out Liv Sandbox, even though they are down. Exhaust, together with the Bandage's value, absolutely instrumental. Not able to kill Kyle until the very last moment, and then... no CC available, so Lahen feels free to just go in for the you and me. And Croco, yeah, that's a Croco move if I've ever seen one. The fact that Ruler then flashes to make sure that he picks up the kill feels good for about 2 seconds before Prince does the same and kills him. And then this is where Prince probably should have pieced out, as I think really wanting to make sure that his wave bounced instead. Maybe also wanting to kill a cat while he was at it. And then the fact that Kyle lives here is pretty remarkable. But, you know, he's fine. Yeah, he makes it out, no biggie. And as a result, yes, gold lead in favor of Gen G. But as you pointed out, many a time, that's 2 kills on the Sivir. That's not okay. It's let's go bot again.
Well, it is technically a 2v2 here as Prince and Kyle are going to find them, but the final chapter does come through. Croco's rotating around, but the Extendo Beam picks up the first kill in the fight. Croco now comes in with the Cyclone as Prince is trying to get that damage down. The second activation will kill this area. His closer gets in, the chains will land, and he's looking for more. Lahen's is just a cat without any friends, and he will be taken down. Devastating blow will finish that one off for Croco, and now Liv Sandbox have the kill lead.
And Gen G, if you want to play that aggressive towards Liv Sandbox bot lane, you gotta do a Croco check. This man has been camping in the bot lane for what feels like the entire split, and you can't just play that far forward and not expect to get punished. Kyle just gonna wander his way over, but that is now 3 kills going over the Prince and accelerating the Sivir. In a composition like this with plenty of front line, it's going to feel very, very good for Liv Sandbox.
Yep, and this goes back to what we were talking about as far as where these power spikes are going to land, because it's all up in the air now, because Prince is just so strong. And we're going to have a look at the replay one more time. Peanut, I mean, they do manage to get the kill onto Kyle. Congrats. But Liv Sandbox will always keep fighting.
They will, and they can, because Closer has first move here. Able to actually get over, so the rest of Sandbox can easily hard commit. They don't feel threatened whatsoever. And yeah, going in on the Amumu, yeah, he's level 5, but still has Glacial Augments. A lot of the damage there comes down just on them while they're still standing on the damage reduction. And additionally, Ruler not really able to join the fight. Also was okay in terms of items there, but not really hitting any of the spikes yet. And this is a fate that we've seen Zeri's kind of suffer, where if you go for the early skirmishes and they don't go your way, it's risky. I don't know if Sandbox should do this, but they're definitely going to.
Well, Closer is going to steal an Emperor's Divide, tries to throw Chovy away, but Chovy does the same thing. Now he's going to be trapped, but now with Ruler moving over, Closer's on the wrong side. We do get Curse of the Sad Mummy from Kyle, but is it going to be enough? They managed to get another kill onto Prince, but the team fight is being won here by Gen G. The Q not going to quite land there, but Doran flashes for the second one. Picks up the Sejuani, and now Croco has nowhere to go. He's going to try and fight it out, but Ruler will win that one. 3-2 and 4 now for the Zeri, and Gen G win the fight.
And right there we see not only the power of Zeri able to join the fight and Gen G having first rotation there, but also that Aatrox. In situations like this, we're able to get the big skirmishes. That is where the pick is monstrously strong. And of course, it's Lance. He's going AP Yuumi, so he's actually putting those.
I mean, he was a 2-1-1.
Exactly.
2-1 Yuumi or something like that at the beginning of the game.
As we get a double shuffle, looking very funny, but unfortunately, it is the Sandbox bot lane that is behind the play. And because Ruler and Lance are already there, this extended trade, this is where I think you really need the proper setup. Prince not in a great position to continuously do damage, and as a result, frontline gonna get taken down. Yuumi in these extended fights, as is the Aatrox, very, very strong. And that is a fight that if you take a Sandbox, you need to be absolutely certain that your setup is clean. Wasn't quite the case, and Gen G take back the gold lead. But still, this game is already delivering in terms of action. We are sitting on 15 kills.
15 kills.
At 11 minutes, Atlas.
Yeah, 15 kills at 12 minutes, and it's Azir Zeri on one side, Silas Sivir on the other side. I was kind of expecting both of these teams to have a pretty slow early game, with Liv Sandbox giving up a bit of ground, given the fact that Gen G do often have a lot of priority. Not to be the case, and I absolutely love it. This is fantastic. It was almost a gentleman's agreement as far as Drake for Herald, but both teams are going to back away from those objectives. So, another opportunity for a potential 5v5 here. Chronicler?
And we're going to opt in. Of course we are. Chovy teleporting towards mid. A lot of team fighting power available here. Watch Kyle, watch Croco with those big ultimates.
Closer's not going to be here, but Croco is going to go for the engage. Ruler able to get himself out of there. Croco in so much trouble. Not going to be able to survive it. Emperor's Divide just onto Prince, but that is absolutely the right call. It's a double kill for Ruler as Gen G just destroy Liv Sandbox. Closer wasn't there. Chronicler, there's no way they should have taken that fight.
No, and that's what Sandbox does. They baffle, and against some other teams, definitely worked. Gen G though, match fire with fire, and if you're up a member, well, winning a fight, not too hard. Now Doran monstrously fed on the Aatrox. Ruler picking up a bunch of extra kills, and early on, Sandbox able to match. Right now, definitely not the case, and they're probably just going to fight again. Dove has teleport, so you might as well, but you're down, people, again.
Closer's like walking in 1v4. I guess Kyle's going to move on over here as Peanut will be able to pick up the Drake. He might not survive this one, though, as he traps himself with his own pillar, and Croco's going to be able to pick up the kill. So, they trade Peanut for a Dragon, but they've also just managed to pick up the Herald as well, and they're going to be kind of okay with it, you could imagine.
Yeah, and of course Dove is down levels, because this has been the case for many a game. But in addition to the kills that Doran has been able to pick up, I'm pretty sure he's sitting on an unreasonable amount of gold. Opportunity for Gen G to pull even further ahead, and I don't think the scaling on Sandbox is bad by any means, but they also are playing into Yumi, Zir, and Seri. So it's not great in that regard, and they're behind 4K gold now. And whereas the previous fight, we can excuse. This is the reason why Sandbox lost the way they did against Gen G last time. Ruler says, I'm not impressed. I am easily able to get away from this, and then they are down a member. So they just get boomed, unsurprisingly. And when you hard commit like that, first time, you're able to get away with it. Second time, there's Lahens.
Yep. Never change, Lahens, never change. Already feeling very happy about how this game is going, and you could imagine that because they're just shy of 5,000 gold in the lead with a 4-0 for Aatrox moving into the mid game, which is exactly where you want to be. Currently, Ruler has 2 items complete with his Berserker's Greaves also online and his Cull cashed in. That is in comparison to Prince, who's got, yes, his Mythic, his Kraken Slayer, but nothing else of note just yet. And despite the fact that he's 4, 2, and 3, the Zeri got more fed, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what happens if you get Third Blood and local Herald Gold and an extra kill. It adds up. Adds up nicely. Ruler also, having actually dealt the most damage in this game,
It's kind of surprising.
on Zeri at 15 minutes is...
I'm surprised it's not Lahens that has done the most damage. He does have his Ludens now completed, and I guess they haven't really been poking, have they? Because it's just been only fighting. It's full hard engage, no matter what.
Let's keep it going.
Yeah, Kyle's going to rotate over as well. Let's see whether this dive is going to work. Emperor's Divide is going to throw the monkey away, but another one is going to put the pigeon under the turret, and now Lahens is going to be left for the Wolves as well. 2 quick kills for Liv Sandbox.
And Dove found a crucial cancel there on the top side of the map. With his ultimate, Doran tried to TP, didn't actually make it. So that means that Chovy dying there, not the end of the world if you can get Lahens out. But Lahens also getting taken down. Teleport not actually coming through, and well, you know, it's still immense gold lead for Gen G. I don't think they're going to be particularly worried, but it's nice to keep the ebb and flow going, Atlas. Just back and forth. You take a couple of kills, I take a couple of kills.
I mean, it's 22 kills in 16.5 minutes. It's absolutely the series that we wanted to see. As, yeah, Ruler and Prince now just chilling out here in this mid lane. Outer turret did already fall down in favor of Gen G. That was that first turret blood that you were talking about. If I could talk. It's difficult, you know, I had a few days off, and so therefore need to relearn the old English. As, yeah, this was just Chovy not getting the backup. As you mentioned, the teleport was cancelled, and Gen G late to the play.
Because we saw the rest of Gen G making their way over, and if Lahens lives, and Doran is there, fed as he is with Aatrox ultimate, I'm pretty sure that that doesn't end well at all for Sandbox. Dove, of course, could have teleported himself as well, and would have been more than happy to, but getting the cancel, very, very valuable, although I'm not 100% sure if he had it at the time. And now, this Drake, very big. I think in terms of individual Drakes, Mountain Drake, in my opinion, the single strongest Drake that is available. Kind of tough to match with the power of Hold Up.
There's a Silas delivery. Peanut is going to pick that one up. Closer does now have a Subjugate, though, as Lahens is going to come on through as well. Flash comes forward, and yeah, Closer's real dead. Lahens is going to pick up a well-deserved kill to make sure that he stays at 100% kill participation, and now Doran is just fighting Dove here towards the top side. Wet noodles at the ready.
And that probably means Gen G going to be able to pick up this Drake. Closer does have TP available, and it is Sandbox, so it's really nice caller casting Sandbox because you never have to worry about should they take this fight, because the answer is a given.
I mean, should they? It isn't a given, because the answer is always yes.
Yeah.
But should they take the fight is often 50-50.
I might be lower. Don't let that hold you back, Sandbox.
Oh, it's true, it's true.
As yeah, Closer getting caught there in a pretty deep position. I think he wanted to either look for a flank angle or secure some early vision as to make this Drake a little easier. As 5v5 time.
Yep, Dove is going to get caught off on the side, though, as the Arctic assaults his way out. We'll have to return with the rest of his team, as Doran does have his cat available. This is what I was talking about. Pretty scary here in the mid-game. The Aatrox-Yumi combination. As the Drake is being held onto here by Liv Sandbox, they have all of their ultimates available.
Oh
Even the
my
hijack
God,
hasn't
the
been
damage.
committed to. Yeah, this is just ludicrous. Extendo beam onto Dove. Not going to do too much, but Closer has a really nice flank angle. Can he actually land the chains, though, as Gen G? They're away from the wall. Kyle's going to get in with Curse of the Sad Mummy. Empress Divine comes through as well from both, but Chovy makes his way out. Ruler creates distance.
Look at Prince!
It's a double kill for Prince, though, as Closer is able to chase out Ruler. Prince picks up another, flashes forward. That's the quadra kill. And now Ruler's all by himself. Is Prince going to get a penta in this game?
They're running!
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely absurd. We knew this guy was a one-man army, but I was not expecting this kind of performance against Gen G, as the penta is denied, but the play is still won by Liv Sandbox.
And that call from Closer, it looked like it might have been a second too late, because Gen G already pulling the trigger, maybe suspecting that their backline was going to get flanked, but then that one too, Kael getting in, hitting a big Curse of the Sad Mummy, and I just want you to look at what happens to the bouncy castle here for Gen G, because it is a really bad time. As a fight, gonna get started off with by Doran, feeling incredibly safe, has ultimate, a lot of summoners available, and as a result, look at this, Kael hitting 3 people, and then Closer finding it, and all that really matters here is Prince is just autoing. That's all you need at this point. That's what the Sivir does, that's what she provides, that's why this pick has been B1'd in so many situations. And Prince tied with Ruler for POC points. Picks up a quadra. They got the Drake as well, Mountain Drake as mentioned. Such an incredibly strong Drake in terms of individual value. And
now it's a Cloud Soul.
Keeps delivering. It's
so we have to
better.
be very careful about our Nexuses when we're going for any of these. As Gen G will be able to take this outer turret on the bottom side. They still have a gold advantage. It is still about 5,000. But there is now an 8-2-3 Prince on the map. And oftentimes I would say 8-2-3 Sivir. This is not an 8-2-3 Sivir. This is an 8-2-3 Prince. That is exactly where Liv Sandbox require all of their gold. Dove, he just needs an R button. That's the player himself. He's so good at initiating these fights, being that body in the front line. Kyle as well. I mean, he just wants to get in there and make sure that there is space for this Sivir to do damage. So Sivir getting money, that's all Liv Sandbox rely on, and we can see already that they can win team fights, even if they are behind in gold at this stage of the game.
And they always do. Like, Sandbox is almost never ahead in gold, but they just keep on fighting. They never stop.
Yeah, well, they're going to start one more time. Chovy's going to shift some sands to get himself out of the way. Ruler is up here as well, as Doran's going to rotate in. Prince running pretty quickly here on the Cloud Rift. Is now Closer, possibly caught off to the side, but he's going to be all right for now.
Yeah, I do want to highlight that the damage in terms of poke of Gen G is going to be absolutely insufferable. Between the Trundle Pillar, thank you very much for showing that. The poke that Chovy does, gone for a Leandris as well. Ruler with his W, now sitting on 3 items.
I guess we're doing Baron.
Yeah, I assume that they're aware, but Croco just finished it back.
He did. Dove is going to rotate in.
tough.
They do have full information, and there is no smite here. So this is just going to be Baron taken for Gen G. And Liv Sandbox, there is no response. They had their monkey in the base. And that is just free. Well, not free. They had to sacrifice an outer turret in the mid lane for it. But I don't think you need to be a rocket surgeon to figure out whether that was worth it.
It's not free, but it's definitely a discount deal.
Yeah.
That was some couponing going on there.
Oh, yes, 100%.
Very, very nicely done. Yeah, Gen G, I think, with a really, really good read on Sandbox there. Chunk him low, and Sandbox not having the amount of sustain that Gen G has available. Forced to go for a back. I think if they knew the committal, they would have probably not finished that back, and Croco would have just tried. Probably died, but at the very least, you have the opportunity for a steal. You can 50-50 something. Wasn't going to be the case. Prince, still going to be huge, but the pushing power, it's really tough to deal with. The only one with really good wave clear is Sivir, which as far as it gets is amazing, obviously, but Closer, melee, Dove, good wave clear for regular waves. When it comes to Baron, that means going to be a lot tougher, and as we saw there, I think Gen G is really showcasing the difference between why Sandbox has gotten this far and also why Gen G is such a big problem for them. Because Gen G has such a good read on Sandbox, like in terms of being able to punish these moments, punish these dropped waves, these Sandbox walking a little bit too far forward, getting poked down, and then against another team, one person backstab, and the other team's like, oh, we don't want to take the risk. But Gen G, they're more than happy to.
They absolutely are. And also, after Gen G wins a fight, they take themselves something else on the map. Gen G loses a fight, they take a Baron. I mean, that's what just happened right then. Liv Sandbox are going to still look for another one, though. Stuv doesn't quite find the ultimate. Doran still looking for a bit of action here, as Kyle wants to find a bandage toss, does not get it. Doran over the wall. Chovy's splitting in the mid lane, and this is exactly what Liv Sandbox can't really deal with, especially not at this stage of the game, is two lanes that are pushing forward. You mentioned the melee nature of the wave clear. Chovy doesn't have that issue as he takes down an inner turret. He can now rotate over. Information is there for Liv Sandbox. His extendo beam. Oh, Croco almost just dead. Gonna have to decoy his way out. Kyle finds Curse and Sad Mummy. Not the most value though, as Peanut trying to get himself out. So much damage here as it's the Yuumi that takes down Prince as the first target. Extendo beam destroys the Monkey Enclosure. Not even an opportunity to get into this fight. Gen G may just break open the base here.
And without Prince, so much of the gold for Sandbox isn't there. Don't even need to take the risk here, Gen G. Can just walk it back. No problem at all, as I don't know if you guys heard that. Caster John just screaming, fight, 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 is the perfect way to encapsulate this game. It is complete mayhem from start to finish, but Gen G really showcasing, I think, the difference in the class between these two teams. Sandbox, it's always a wild ride, but doesn't seem like Gen G is participating.
Yeah, it's also always a wild ride, and you are just strapped in the entire time, whether you want to be on the ride or not. If you're a Liv Sandbox fan, that's just how life goes. As Gen G, yeah, this time their wallets are extraordinarily heavy, and that Yuumi damage was obscene.
Yeah.
That wasn't, you know, an extendo beam, because that was what was used to kill Croco. I think that was a prowling projectile. Oh my
It was, yeah. Yeah, it was, I mean, Rudo just walking up and queuing Prince a bunch of times. We don't often see it, but it's understandable, right? Because what happens there is the fight gets started, KL trying to get an engage, but only hits the front line, like neither Doran or Peanut are particularly bothered at this point in time. Peanut also noteworthy, not going for the build that we've often seen, where it is the Divine Sunder, instead going for Frostfire into Frozen Heart. Incredible item into Liv Sandbox as a whole, but additionally also means that, especially with Subjugate, on a Sejuani, which has been kindly provided by Liv Sandbox. Just very tough to deal with. And right now, unless you can kill Ruler, who has been sitting on Cleanse and Flash for I don't know how long, and probably isn't happening. And he also has a GA.
He has
You're not
just
going to win any
purchased
fights.
one of those. Yeah, Chovy's also going to look for something. Emperor's Divide goes wide as Closer does flash out of the way. And so Gen G now just setting up their last remaining inner turret that is left up on the map. Currently, they have a 10,000 gold lead. It's 27 minutes in. Still an absolute plethora of kills. 31 so far, 27 minutes. This is the kind of action that we wanted from this series. But Gen G now, I mean, it's about crossing T's and dotting I's. And Liv Sandbox wondering what they can do as they head to the blue side, as Prince taking so much damage here. Closer looking for a flank angle, but there is so much vision. Gen G can just play around it very comfortably. They've got a wave of super minions that are knocking on the front door. They'll use that in order to make sure that they can get this inhibitor on the top side. Then rotate over, grab this mid lane inhibitor turret, and it's all feeling a bit elementary right now as Peanut possibly caught out, but not really, because he's Trundle, and so he's not exactly the priority target as far as these engages are concerned. A Subjugate going to be available as Doran possibly just going to be blown up, and he is. Prince picks up yet another kill, and now Liv Sandbox are just choosing one after the other of these targets. Peanut's going to go down. It's a double kill. Gen G, what are we going to do? It's the Zeri angle as now Rule is trying to fight this one out. The exhaust comes through Closer, getting taken down so incredibly low. Everyone's breaking their watches, and Ruler does not care. He's now flashing forward, picks up the kill under Prince. There's the double, make it a triple. And now Ruler's going to say goodnight to this game. It's only Croco left alive. Chovy turns up as well in the nick of time. And this game is going to be done. But man, what a game one between these two teams. And I'm just hoping we get 4 more of those.
Oh, I'm hoping so as well, Atlas, because we saw there the whole story of these two teams. We see how good Sandbox truly is. We see how well they're able to draw teams into their insanity. We also see that Gen G, that's just a step above. Ruler going in there, seeing the cooldowns that are used, knowing that he has hands on his back, not a care in the world. What an amazing ending to that game.
Mine needed to have had a little bit of a care, because you saw he went down to about 10% health in
so calculated.
approximately an
He
instant.
wasn't scared at all, Atlas. I
Well-
know what you're talking about.
I mean, we can see his face now, and yeah, it looks to me like there's not a whole lot of fear.
What a banger.
That is just generally the rule away. But man, I'm so glad that this is a best of 5, because that, like, after those drafts, we've seen this so many times throughout the summer season. That was going to be a, 1-to-1, maybe at 20 minutes type series. That's what it was kind of looking at, these Zeri Azir drafts that don't necessarily have that much action. But thanks to Live Sandbox existing, we just get over a kill a minute throughout the entire game. As Prince did a lot of damage, Ruler did a lot more, by a lot more, only like 5,000 extra damage here on the Zeri. Prince was still an absolute boss in this game.
Do note Lahence's damage. Far and away ahead of everyone on Sandbox besides Prince. With his Yumi, and if that was a Lulu, that doesn't happen. Zeri Yumi, still certified busted. Let's hope that doesn't make it through the draft again. It was a gambit, I think, from Sandbox, and didn't quite work out.
And now they have an opportunity to choose the blue side. Maybe bans will be a little bit more comfortable. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Analyst Carpet Space and game number 2.
걸린다. 버려놓은 때문에. 나쁘지 않아. 와볼래? 골목 빨아놓고 이거 할만해. 천천히 해봐봐. 아무모 노플 노공이야. 봐줄래? 제리 가인이라서 할만해. 사일 먼저. 사일 노플이야. 맞아, 재호가. 아무모 노플. 레시피엘 노플. 나이스. 이거거든. 괜찮아. 간판 화이팅. 하자. 잘했어. 아직 안 끝났어. 끝났어, 사실. 시원하게 싸우는 거지. 먹을게. 세상에 제일 센 유미거든. 내가 졌대. 나 2,800 못 썼다.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, laying in the blind.
레터 파이널 대결 시작하겠습니다.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. Boy, was that a banger, and that was only game number 1. We had this in the last couple of playoff days as well. Kind of insane how good our playoffs have been. I'm Valdez, of course, joined by Wolf and Cubby in the TV. What were your guys' thoughts on that one? Wolf, you start.
I thought the draft was really good for Gen G here. Obviously, they got the Sejuani pick here into the Trundle, so they felt even better about this Trundle pick, which was picked mostly just for controlling bottom side 3v3, strong into the Wukong early. And the value we saw out of this Trundle for Peanut was so insane in those mid-game fights with the Subjugate. And even though Live Sandbox used their draft very well, I just think playing closer on Silas into the Azir felt like we are limited in champions we can play here. Chovy had a free lane, and Gen G overall got the 2 strongest duo champions in Zeri and Yuumi that exist in the game. So it's kind of my closing thoughts.
Yeah, and that seemed to be the game plan from the start, too. Taking away the Vi plus the Nautilus, 2 champions that have that point-and-click ultimate to get on a Zeri, not available for Live Sandbox. End up with a full melee comp, had to make things very messy to try and have a chance in this game. Some good angles, but not enough as Gen G. Just too good in game 1.
Yeah, and it eventually got to the point where we were wondering, would the Seri pop off, or is it going to be the Sivir on the other side? But one of them had Yuumi, and the other did not. And not only is it just the Yuumi and the Zeri, it's Lehens on a Yuumi that doesn't have to build the Moonstone and can just go for AP. It's his super comfort zone. Let's take a look at highlight number 1 here, which is this 12-minute Herald fight.
So despite some really nice picks on the bottom side of the map and control for Live Sandbox seemingly going over to Prince there with some back and forth action, they just continue to force fights over and over again, which is, I think, how the series is going to look overall. They love to force fights like this one, where fighting into a Rift Herald, your opponent has the Trundle, so the value is very high on that ultimate here. And fights like this that you're forcing just to try to get ahead when your comp isn't really at a space that it would fight well in at that point. Plus, they have an Aatrox. Doran got 4 kills, 4 assists super early on in the game.
Yeah.
It's not like Live Sandbox hasn't improved in this regard in terms of when to fight, when to go in.
Also would love to have all 5 champions if you're going to go for a fight where you don't have a Mumu ult available. And I like the point you highlighted with Doran's Aatrox. This champion was playing into 4 melees, and Sivir does a ton of damage, but still has pretty short-range auto attacks. The Aatrox value with the Yuumi was massive this game for Doran, and really exposed Liv Sandbox. Having that Trundle Aatrox on B4, B5, responding with Sejuani. Great tank for Sivir, not great into those champs. Genji really punished.
Yeah, absolutely did happen. And then we do go into highlight number 2, which is this huge fight later on in the game where Prince really pops up.
Now, Closer's flank angle here with Kyle's engage is amazing. And even though he is, of course, just jumped right in, the follow-up damage is so easy for Prince to pull off. He ends up getting a quadra kill in this fight. And we just wanted to highlight Genji's setup on objectives definitely isn't perfect. Could have been a little bit cleaner here. Nice flank angle from Closer. Means that Liv Sandbox do get one winning team fight here. And just wanted to pick this despite the loss here as a showcase of Closer's ability to set up these plays with Kyle so extremely well. Rua does, of course, get the execute here to deny the pentakill. But overall, Peanut could have been watching some angles a little bit more carefully. They could have played that a little bit slower on Genji's side.
Yeah, I'm with you. Peanut should mark the flank if Doran's going to be the one engaging. Didn't happen, got punished for it, and something that we're going to have to look out for in this game. Liv Sandbox are good at setting up objective team fights when they have everyone there. At times when they're good, they're great. So hopefully we get to see more of that as they try and make this series competitive.
Yeah, and eventually the game did kind of amount to what we were talking about before, which was we've got Sivir superfed and we have Zeri Yuumi superfed. And even though we don't have the highlight, the third fight in the, the third highlight would have been in the base. Yeah. The crazy fight. Doran kind of just dies for nothing, and still, Ruler was able to carry it.
Yeah, I mean, he got some value out of Core Drinker, but not enough to save him there. But he was able to get Ruler into position to do damage. One of the things I'm hoping we see going forward here in the series is a move away from mid lane picks from Closer, trying to find more value elsewhere. I know Dove isn't a strong side player, but maybe looking for counter picks for him there, because you're never going to get Vi this series. Don't think it's ever going to happen, so Closer can't play Ahri. Putting him on the Sylas here, yeah, he did a lot in team fights, but he couldn't do anything in the early laning phase. I'd hope to see a move away from that, or go all in on Closer playing something unusual like his Zoe, his LeBlanc. Something like that could be an angle.
I really don't want to see Zeri plus Azir given over again to Genji. I think that combo is just too good. They've proven Chovy, he's lane dominant. You poke later, you can create engages too. I think that's a champ you got to take away from Genji. It's going to be on Closer's hands or on the Bandits.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's check out who does pick it up for this one. No surprise here, as Ruler did get 10 kills and 10 assists by the end of this one.
Yeah, I mean, I was leaning towards in the early parts maybe a Doran vote or even Peanut with how much he did with Subjugate, but at the end of the day, the game just became about the Zeri Yuumi again. I think that we definitely could see some sprinkled votes around the top side of the map as well. Lehens also had a great game of Yuumi, had some really nice Luden's procs. But this is the fight that ends the game, and so as a result, I think a lot of votes going Ruler's way. Including mine.
And the form of both these marksmen coming into this series, very exciting. And I think that game one, we really did see both marksmen deliver at times. Hope we get to see more of that throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what this is about, as we did have one person voting for the cat on the book on the Electric Girl. And guys, that was an insane game number one, hoping for more here in game number two. But back to the casters for that game number two.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Huge shout out to Teddy over on the Chinese LCK broadcast. I think I would have been with him. I think that Lance had a great game.
You were. You were chastising me for not going with the cat.
I was absolutely not. No. I would never have denied you your opinion, as it is more valuable than mine on this broadcast.
Because you don't ever vote.
Yep. Yeah, and that is like, otherwise it would be me with the vote and you without, That's how it goes. That picture of Ruler, absolutely fantastic here, is Liv Sandbox will now move over to the blue side as we get confirmation here. So this is where the series decides whether it's going to be possibly 5 games or whether Gen G are looking like they're going to just get the 3-0 sweep. Because how this draft changes, I think, is going to be very, very important.
That's accurate. Love that. I agree. If you are not able to pick yourself up a blue side win here as Liv Sandbox, then I don't think Gen G is going to really drop anything else. And we have seen this before in the best of 3 series between these two in the regular split. Game number 1, amazing. One of the highlights of the split. Yes, it was won by Gen G in the end, but Liv Sandbox was at the Nexus turrets when a Gnar came and ruined their dreams. So immediately that Yuumi not going to be allowed through anymore. Gen G also not wanting to give over the B1. Sivir and
whoa.
Yeah.
Kalista on the blue side. That is very interesting. This means that the only change-up Liv Sandbox have made is removing Renekton from their ban list and adding a cat instead. Croc the cat is going to be the trade. Now Gen G thinking about what their final ban is going to be. Nautilus, Aphelios, one of those two could be from their previous set of bans, and the Aphelios will be taken away. So, Liv Sandbox, if they want to, they can take themselves a Zeri if they would like. But Gen G on the red side, I think, are probably going to be a little bit more happy to pick the Lucian Nami, as Renekton does get through. And this could be Closer, this could be Dove. Dove not necessarily known for his aggressive topside picks, but he will be locking in the Renekton here.
Ironically, Croco, the only one definitely not playing the Crocodile.
I don't know, I think Renekton's support isn't in a great spot right now.
You know, I mean, Yumi's banned, but otherwise I can see.
I guess he does have a point-and-click stun and shield removal. You know,
I know.
There you go.
For a Pantheon in there, you got a you got a fun time. As the Wukong gonna be picked up here. Pick remains incredibly high priority. Poppy already taken away, so expecting to see the Trundle come through. And Renekton, a pick that by itself generates a lot of priority, can be played through if you choose to do so. But given how game number 1 went, highly doubt that's going to be the case. Assume this will just be the pickup here for Dove. And now with Sivir and Aphelios both gone, Ruler going to go towards the Zeri, even with, very important, Yuumi being taken away. Now, Gen G generally defy stats. So the stats for Zeri without Yuumi have been truly atrocious on this patch. Like really rough. And this was something that we have seen pulled up before. Neela is a pick that, in terms of actual winning games, not been very high on the list, but it has been very high priority. I think for a reason, teams clearly having success with it. And be picking up here as well. For Prince, Doctom had an incredible game on it, even though it didn't end up actually amounting to a win. And also going to deny Renekton Azir now on the side of Liv Sandbox. And going to be the Choviari pickup, which is undefeated in professional play.
Yeah, is that going for 15-0?
I do believe so, yes.
Something like that? Yeah, so Chovy not very good at losing on this champion.
And this is what the core issue is with drafting against Gen G. There's always something, isn't there? There's just always something. And I do like the Liv Sandbox draft, I think, a lot more. We have seen that drafts like this are able to generate a lot of early presence. It's unsurprisingly, Trundle is going to get taken away. As Sandbox now, Lulu ban seems like a no-brainer, even though that combo has not been necessarily successful. Still provides a lot of extra power to the Zeri. And there is still things like the Nautilus available this time around, so...
Yeah, expecting that one to be banned next up on the Gen G list. You'd imagine that they probably just want to get rid of the same combo that allowed their Zeri to thrive last time around. It was really good of Cubby to put a highlight on that one. The Lulu ban, pretty understandable as well, though. So we'll have to see what Lehens is going to go for, of course. He has a very eclectic champion pool, to say the least. And they're going to be up against a very melee bottom lane here on the side of Liv Sandbox.
I wonder if Sandbox is going to ban Renata as well. Otherwise, a R4 Renata pickup here from Gen G, I think, is very powerful. Pick is incredible. You're playing into a lot of short-range characters already with the Renekton and the Neela, so a lot of power there available. And also denies a Nautilus pickup. Playing Nautilus into Renata is a very unfun experience. So seems to me like the kind of no-brainer ban. Can take it in a different direction if they want to try and maybe get a... oh, could be the Gwen instead. Okay, that is
I like
a lot
not
of
banning,
respect.
Yeah, I like not banning either of them, just because if Genji picks one, Live Sandbox gets the other. And yes, playing Nautilus into Renata doesn't feel great. However, you do manage to get a depth charge that you can put on Ruler in theory.
True. And expecting that to be the pickup here for Sandbox. We'll put KL back on a aggressive character. And Trundle, Skarner, Vi, all bend away now. Viego, I don't think is a pick that you'll be very excited about playing that into what has been picked up here for Genji. Of course, with the Renata as well, but also actually getting it up to Zeri. Not the best. And let's hold off our excitement until we actually see what ends up happening here.
It's a bit of a Cuz special here with the Sejuani jungle possibly being locked in. And that looks to be the case. So Croco going to be taking that one. Of course, does have decent synergy alongside the Renekton there on the top side if they want to go for some early ganks, try and get Dove ahead. As now Genji to round out this team composition with Doran's pickup. And he's going to be playing into a Renekton, so does want to try and get some power here, or just try and outlast it. And Ornn has always been a pretty good pick into Renekton, not for winning the lane, but for not losing.
Only going to be tough in terms of prio. Outside of that, Ornn has not been struggling into the Renekton here. I quite like the Sejuani jungle. I think that it is a pick that still holds a lot of power. And let's not forget that there is a double melee bot lane that we have here on our Live Sandbox side, which does mean that in theory, if Croco pays a lot of attention towards that bot side, can have a lot of power with the permafrost. Unfortunately, overall, this is a disgusting 5v5 comp from Genji.
Yeah.
You have, outside of the Azir, negative range on Sandbox into a Renata. And I really am curious to see how Sandbox is going to be able to pilot this, because I think the Renata-Ornn combination means that your setups for actual 5v5s and skirmishes needs to be so incredibly crisp. And based on game number one, it was a lot of things. It was entertaining. There were a lot of highlights, a couple of lowlights, but it was not clean. And if it turns out to be a messy 5v5 type of series, look at the Genji comp, and I'd be scared if I was a Sandbox fan.
I absolutely would be too. However, Sandbox were able to find themselves a lot of the team fights that were actually kind of orchestrated the way they wanted to, right? And they have yet again another pile-in composition that if the Apotheosis is good, and this is sort of the good and bad of Neela, right? If she goes in, nails an amazing ulti, then you can just straight up win a fight, and people are asking, oh, well, why didn't they ban that champion because she's so good? Or you don't win the fight, and it looks real silly because now you're all standing on top of a Zeri that you cannot get anywhere close to, and she just destroys you. Yep. So it's going to be really difficult here for Live Sandbox, but they've made comps like this work in the past. Genji got exactly what they wanted. See if Live Sandbox can fight back. All right, here we are under the rift for game number 2. Live Sandbox finally on the blue side, going to see whether they can even out this series, give us a best of 3 to work with. Their composition, as we can see, you know, Closer has become more and more confident on the Azir as this season has gone on. I think it has moved up to one of his better champions. But the bottom side, going to be difficult to deal with. There was actually a bit of a chat with Ruler after their last game at LoL Park, just about what his thoughts on Neela were. And he was like, if you can actually stay even in lane, the extra experience you get from her passive can be very, very good at creating a lot of opportunities in the mid game. However, oftentimes, because of your short range, you're not actually able to create, to stay even enough in order to make it work out, and therefore he doesn't really rate the pick all that much. Prince, obviously, in the other camp, and we'll see how Live Sandbox is going to be able to do. Because, of course, Zeri, not necessarily known for punishing an early lane.
And we have seen this exact matchup also, if I'm not mistaken, work out very well for Dogdom in the series that they played against KT. Where,
Yeah, true.
They actually were able to find a lot of the early pressure that this pick can provide, and will be a tough ask. Need to be very careful of how you mitigate the early levels. Renata, of course, still incredibly strong in terms of lane. Squads are going for the combat here, so fully committing to what will be a more lane-oriented as it. Understandable given the priority on those mid-lane roams that we have seen. Do note that, especially in some of the early skirmishes, Closer actually was the one who was able to get it done, as will be 16, I know, if he wins. 15-0 at Chovy on the Ahri. A mind-blowing level of dominance on this pick.
He's certainly starting to get some notoriety on this, rivaling that of what Faker used to do on the LeBlanc course, lasting until MSI Game 5 2015. Before that one did actually take its first loss. Not quite there yet, but Chovy's Ahri is certainly very scary. At this stage in the game, however, not looking too frightening at all, as he is going to go back a little bit early. 8 wins in a row here for Renata, who has been just amazing. Kellen, huge shout out to him. His performance just in general was great, but his Renata, absolutely amazing in the series a couple of days ago. Almost said yesterday. They won the games yesterday.
It's understandable, Atlas. We've had 5-game weeks for, 9 straight weeks?
We have.
So, the yesterday, I'm feeling it as well, was overall going to be a double scuttle here. Do see Dove might be at risk here.
Yeah, Doran taking a bit, but Kyle's going to get in. Great handshake there from Mahens, but it's not going to be enough to save him by the looks of things, and First Blood will go over to Croco. Dove now trying to make his way out, but Devastating Blow will be just that, and Peanut is going to answer. But First Blood Gold over to Live Sandbox, slight edge for them.
Oh, and Dove, if you hit that flash, at least Peanut's forced to flash it well. And you trade summoners, but now you're down a summoner. You get punished hard. With Sandbox, overall, I think a favorable trade. Able to pick up the early pressure here on the bot side of the map. It's definitely instrumental, as you pointed out in this matchup. Cal just strictly business, going in here. Only downside is that, of course, Prince is not able to pick up the kill, as I'm not sure if it was Permafrost or Cal's Aftershock that was able to get that one, as Peanut, we have been giving him a lot of credit, and it's understandable, first creative pathing, understandable why Dove thought that he was fine here. Peanut, really nice job of evading the vision, and Dove realizing here that he's in deep trouble, and avert your eyes.
Oh,
what's about to happen? Not pretty. And again, would have died regardless, but you trade flash for flash, which in an early team fight, a Wukong without a flash to get onto your background with Cyclone, feeling a whole lot better. Now, going to be a much more painful trade.
Yeah. Feeling maybe some nerves here for Dove, but that's a difficult flash to make regardless. Still, they do manage to grab that kill on the bottom side, and Dove will still be renekted. So they've got that. See whether Doran's going to be able to use this in order to get some more lane control. As you can see, big wave stacked up here for the Ornn, and so should be able to even out the farm, despite the fact that Dove does have a 10 CS advantage. Teleport was able to get the Renekton back to lane without losing too much. But if there is a return gank or anything like that, the flashless Croc might be in a whole lot more trouble. Chovy just laning this one out, and as you can see, staying very competitive in farm, but Closer with control of the lane, which is often what you're afforded on the Azir.
As now, bot side, going to clear some control. With this wave, wouldn't be surprised if they want to go for a dragon. You're a little bit pre-power spike here. One downside is Closer is out of mana, but it looks like with Peanut pathing towards top, they're not going to opt into this. And going to pick themselves up, the early Drake here. And early Mountain Drake on Sejuani, on Nautilus, and on Renekton, I think you're going to be very, very happy with. So nicely done there.
Absolutely.
By Live Sandbox. Also, do note, Croco going for the Hex Flash here on Sejuani.
Very cool.
Very interesting.
I'm a big fan. Also going for Aftershock as well, that we do see from our jungle Sejuanis.
Yeah.
More often than not, of course, you're not going to be stacking Grasp or anything like that, but does also mean that that singular Mountain Drake going to be even more valuable in theory for this Sejuani.
Oh,
Prince
absolutely.
trying to clear out this wave, taking a bit of a beating for it, but I think he should be all right. Ruler looking to now chase him down. There's the flash forward from Lehens as the Ornhorn comes down. Kyle's going to be in trouble, but the return of the Ornhorn's not going to land. Exhaust comes on through here as Prince just doesn't want to die as well, and it is going to be the Nautilus falling down. Gen G going to get some revenge on the bottom lane.
And Doran, doing what a top laner does in the current meta, which is at level 6, just walk down towards the bot lane. Gonna work out. Croco trying to play defensively here, but I don't think they have the resources. No TPs available.
Yeah, this is just to desperately make sure that Prince picks up this wave.
Okay, well...
And they do manage to do so.
Yeah, at least with the level 6 being hit, I think that you can actually hold on to this, and they will choose to do so. Now, going to be a very nice trade regardless. Doran not really giving anything notably up, not even falling behind in terms of CS. Due to his teleport still being available. So goes down towards bot, makes the play, gets the teleport off, and then is completely fine as Croco is backing. And the Peanut gank is going to come through, but doesn't look like Sandbox is going to fall for it. Of course, a lot of gold here for Prince. And looks like that might just be a shoved-in wave. And overall, early Drake is nice. Genji going a little bit up in terms of gold. And in terms of the late-game scaling, there's still Zeri. I think the 5v5 is very strong, but Liv Sandbox has some individual components that I would expect to do well to get into the later stage of the game. Azir, most notably, but even with Neela, it really feels execution dependent. We have seen her absolutely dunk on some mid to late game team fights as well.
Yeah, it feels like if you get the right Neela team fight, then things can absolutely work in your favor. It is not going to be the lethality version of the Neela as well, which we're happy to see. So just going to be going towards the shield bow and just building just general crit items from there. And so we are definitely happy commentators on this particular desk. Dove should be able to grab this cannon minion. Yes, there we go. And Liv Sandbox looking to grab both of the neutral objectives in this early stage of the game. Definitely some great early game control despite being down in a bit of gold as Peanut. Warrior Trickster is going to be available here, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to challenge for this Rift Herald. And Croco will be able to very deservedly pick this one up for himself. So I collected both Drake and Rift Herald taken early as we tick towards 10 minutes into this game. Genji obviously not too worried. Apotheosis is going to get a flash here on the bottom side. Ruler has to get himself out of the way, so now Prince with a summoner spell advantage.
Very nicely done. Ruler sitting on a colt, feeling very comfy, able to just CS very, very nicely as well. Even despite the early attention paid to his lane, but definitely going to respect there. With the Ghost especially, the potential that Prince has to kind of run him down in a longer lane. Don't want to give over a couple of early free kills to a Neela that can snowball very quickly out of control. As have actually seen that this Azir priority, which eventually turned out to be somewhat of a bait in the Dom 1 KT series. Cubby was very vocal about this, in that it actually kind of negated what Vikla was able to do. In this closer versus Chovy matchup, very much the opposite story, where both of these laners really showcase how much prio you're continuously able to generate. And it's really eased up the objective control for any team which has been able to get their hands on the Pigeon.
Yeah, it's actually working out very, very well. We've seen this matchup go multiple different ways. A lot of people very happy to pick the Ahri into it, but Closer is making sure that Chovy is permanently shoved underneath his turret. Hasn't really been able to do too much, and it's been a relatively quiet series so far for Chovy, as Kyle is going to have his hand forcibly shaken. That is going to be able to move his way out, and Genji have a lot of bottom side vision. It looks like this Drake is one that they're not wanting to give away.
See the backs come through. Should be in time to still contest. Peanut on top half of the map. Might want to pick himself up the scuttle. And of course, more time is afforded now that the Drake's harder as Dove.
Yeah, Dominus going to come through, but Dove's still going to get knocked up. The Brittle Proc is going to be painful here as the Bella's Breath comes through. Oh my goodness, Doran's almost a flash away from killing him as Peanut is going to turn up as well. I think Dove's a handbag here towards the top side. Nimbus Strike is going to be all Peanut needs. Flashes for it. And Doran was not even close to dying. They'll grab some plates for their trouble as well.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick up another kill there on Dove. Dove not having a good time. Because in isolation, if you just trade there and you're able to back, you feel peachy. You got a big team fight cooldown. However, I do have to make the side note that this is in fact Dove. And Dove, he's playing Renekton, which really changes the dynamic of how well he's going to be able to operate in the later stage of the game. But it's still Drake being picked up here for Sandbox. And in terms of gold, I really like the trade from Gen G. And I think that they're doing a great job at punishing Dove, which is by far the most exploitable point that is available on Sandbox. But they are giving up a lot of Drakes. And with an early Infernal Soul, yet again, as you have pointed out, on the table, could be a little bit tough. As, oh
dear.
Oh, Dove. Oh no.
This is a very comfortable return. However, there is no Ornhorn, so...
There is Cyclone.
Yeah, I think he's probably still dead. But he's going to be able to slice and dice. And gets out of the way of the second activation. So there we go. He will survive, but he's not going to be able to stay underneath his turret, I do not believe. Although Peanut is going to go home, so he's going to be spared for now.
He's fine, but it's just normal Dove things.
Yeah.
You know, just get ganked. Watch. Be fine. And do want to wonder how much more pressure Liv Sandbox going to able to find on the turret plates before they do drop. Herald, if I remember correctly, being thrown into mid here just to give some additional gold and set up for that Drake. And overall here, actually the priority play that I was expecting coming into this series from Gen G hasn't really come to fruition. But this Gen G comp, it doesn't need to win the early game, and even though they're down Drakes, they're still up 700 gold, so they're still in a very comfortable spot. You know, I don't think anyone is getting gonna be particularly worried on their end. They have Ruler, and yes, he doesn't have Yumi, but it's still Ruler on Zeri.
Yeah. Peanut's here again, by the way. The Ram is going to come down. There's the Dominus. Great knock-up with the Searing Charge, and I've seen this play before. It happens once again, and it is once again successful.
Just keeps happening, unfortunately for Dove, as will now finish his Blade the Ruined King. And this is the downside. It even means that there's going to be a full first turret blood, full plates given over. Oh, actually, I think they might have
missed
like
the last
second
one.
too late.
Yeah,
still not bad, but now possible punish coming through here.
Yeah, Kale's going to move his way up. Peanut, Warrior Trickster is going to come on through, but there's the depth charge. The Monkey's going to be locked down. Bella's Breath going to be doing a bit of damage here from Doran, but Peanut is not escaping this one. Doran gets underneath his turret, so it is just the one kill, but still, good punish there from Liv Sandbox after the turret falls down. Lehensen Ruler now trying to get some work done here onto Prince, whose W is available, but he gets his hand shook. Chobi's going to dive on forward. Everfrost doesn't quite find the mark.
Wait!
But Prince picks up the kill onto Lehens. He stays for too long as Chobi doesn't get the return. It's a double kill, and I guess Prince is starting this game 2-0 as well.
That's a disaster! Oh my, Atlas!
I don't know how it keeps happening, but it just keeps happening. Prince will be fed at the beginning of every single game, Chronicler. That is just how this series has got to go.
That's the benefit of being royalty, I guess. Oh my!
You gotta take your taxes, you know?
You gotta pay, yeah. And so on top side here, obviously, both cooldowns were used, or a lot of cooldowns rather were used to take down the Crocodile. As a result, Node also Croco, very nicely done here, holding on to his ultimate in case he actually needs to get the double permafrost off. And this is a level 10. Like, and this is one of those Nila moments where you're like, hold up, it's level 10. How did that happen?
Yeah.
And then, which is the passive, obviously. Getting the level up there as well, just really nicely sidesteps everything. And also, I think, like, Ruler and Lehens both critically miscalculating the amount of damage that this turret does. And again, they were 3 levels down.
Yeah.
As well. Oh, Prince. What a gamer.
It's nuts. The Apotheosis Flash as well was absolutely brilliant as Gen G are looking to take Shirley. Going to be their first neutral objective of this game. We do have 45 seconds on this Infernal Soul point for Liv Sandbox, and I have a feeling that is where one of our most important fights is going to occur, because Gen G, they cannot let that kind of map control go astray, and Liv Sandbox desperately want to be able to fight for some control of this game. If their composition manages to pick up yet another Elemental Drake, it's going to set them up in great stead. As you can see, Prince just holding onto the mid lane, doesn't have any of his summoner spells. Ruler does have both of his. So at least there is that for the potential fight in 15 seconds time.
Look at the setup though. Look at this vision for Sandbox. They're ready
Yeah.
for this.
Absolutely.
I don't think Genji's contesting. I think they're like gonna like go double backs coming through here. No teleports available unless Chovy's gonna switch to it. And oh, this is a risky contest from Genji.
Yeah, Doran's going to walk over a lot of vision as he gets over here as well.
Poke's so huge as well. I don't know if they can fight this. Yeah, they're gonna have to let it go, I think.
The mid wave is so incredibly far away. I believe Peanut does have Warrior Trickster. He's going to be able to use that, but he's getting very far away from this Drake. So, Soul Point picked up for free here for Live Sandbox. And Genji, they're going to have to start making some plays soon, because otherwise Live Sandbox will have themselves an Infernal Soul, and I don't really mind what happens in the draft when it comes to having an Infernal Soul, because you're still just going to be absurdly strong.
Yeah. Just unreasonably strong as Dove.
Well, Everfrost is going to connect. The Ram's going to come back as well, as Genji know one thing, and they know that they can kill Dove. And they've been doing that one at least consistently all game long.
Deep.
Yeah, they're looking for this bottom side as the depth charge, I believe, still off cooldown. Going to be used now onto Peanut, but the Glacial Prison goes wide there. And Croco not going to be able to lock down the rest of Genji. So no revenge for their top laner. Still, it's only one pick here for Genji. And what we're saying about Dragons, still a thing for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, still doesn't change the equation. And Dove, obviously, not having the greatest of games, has been a, I think, the clear
something
sacrifice.
Absorbing pressure, something.
I can make that joke on tanks. I can't quite.
What do you mean?
Can't quite make it here. As yeah, this is something that I think with Genji's knack for finding engages and playing very aggressively when they feel like they're in a good position shouldn't come as a complete surprise, as unfortunately due to ultimates being used and the flash from Peanut, not going to find any full follow-up, as Prince is, yeah, as expected, topping those levels. Oh, closure overtakes him, but still says a lot.
Yeah.
Really nicely highlighting the power that Nila does have. And once Prince, it's an Infinity Edge. These fights still very even, and Genji, they are still even in gold. They have an incredible 5v5 comp. But if someone gets picked off and you give up an Infernal Soul to Live Sandbox, with a fat Nila and a Azir that is feeling perfectly fine with the current state of the game, then you're gonna need some magic. And Genji has magic in spades, the 15-0.
Well, Doran's going to have to flash. Dredge Line not going to land because there is a wall in the way. And Doran had Bellow's Breath anyway, but still, this inner turret is not long for the world. Prince just going to tear it to shreds. Chovy with Shirley in tow, though, is looking to do a similar thing here towards the bottom side with only Dove in answer. Might be enough to save at least a few of these autos from Shirley, as Dove dives forward, doesn't quite get the lockdown onto Chovy. There's a flash, but the inner turret is going to fall down, and I have a feeling it's a 0 and 5 here for Dove. The charm goes wide, but it does not matter. The Foxfires do connect.
Oh, and that one very costly also. A teleport invested and not quite working out. And I think it's a blessing in disguise because Doran also teleported. But teleporting, this is probably a mini-map teleport because there are in fact... Oh, no, never mind. There you go.
Yeah.
That was actually very, very crisp in terms of timing. If the teleport comes in a split second early and you teleport on the minion, then you're good to go. But Dove also trying to flash and keep the turret alive. But again, it'd still be a 2 versus 3. So Dove has the most damage taken, which that's mean, observers.
No, that's showing that he's doing his job. And you said that if he's on tanks, absorbing pressure is okay. What is a tank's job? Taking damage. He may not necessarily be on the right champion, but he is fulfilling the role, okay?
I have been a front runner of the trying to set Dove behind his bane. I've been very vocal about this.
But how far behind do you have to set it before it becomes
I
not
feel
bait?
like either it's at some point he just doesn't exist anymore, or is it diminishing returns? And like the more resources you spend, the less Dove cares. I don't really know, Atlas.
He's only one level behind.
And he's 0-6 and 0 or 0-5 and 0 now. I don't know what's going to be by the end of the game, but if it ends up being a like 0-7 and 0 Renekton that beats Chovy's undefeated run on Ahri,
yeah,
I would find that very funny on multiple levels. I
and
feel like
heartbreaking. Equally funny and heartbreaking
it's
at the
both.
same time.
Yeah. Oh, okay, closer. I thought there was going to be a Shadow Flame. That's an early death cap. This spike from Sandbox is very, very threatening. And oh, baby.
Well,
They might not even end up going for that dragon.
the dragon is apparently all the bait that they required, and this is what Soul Point affords you. Liv Sandbox are using it beautifully, and this
That's gonna be gone.
It's just dead. There is absolutely nothing that Gen G can do
my
about
God.
this. They're going to have to swallow their own medicine. Peanuts is going to walk his way out, and now they've left the dragon alone. There's still 5 seconds before it
They can
spawns.
still get it.
Liv Sandbox can still try and at least threaten.
I
As
think
Prince
they can
is
fight.
frontlighting. Yeah, no, exactly right.
Oh, the deep dove TP. He's doing it.
Is he doing it? Well, the Dominus has already been pre-popped as Croco's going to dive forward.
Go, go.
Hands can throw out the hostile takeover, hits 4 people. Dove is looking to kill Ruler. Off on the backside, though, Prince is going to be taken down as Peanut helps collect that one for Chovy. Chovy misses the charm, but I have a feeling Closer is still, or is he? Chovy has to break his stopwatch as now Peanut picks up turret aggro, but does that mean he's dead? Ruler is still alive. The Warrior Trickster is going to keep the monkey up as now Doran is fighting against Dove. Dove's still up and alive. However, he's going to have to exit, and Gen G should be getting their first Drake of the game. But still, there are a few Barons left on Liv Sandbox.
I have no idea what just happened.
Neither do I.
I saw Ruler getting zoned, and I'm like, this is a freebie. But it wasn't. And let's take a look. I think Prince gets exhausted early on this fight as well because... so what happens? We go in. Is it just Renata ultimate? Is that what happens?
I mean, basically, yeah.
Yeah, so it's Doran hitting a multi-man knockup into a Renata ultimate, into an exhaust. So it's what we talked about, the straight up front to back from Gen G, even without their Zeri is more than enough. Zeri was dealing with a crocodile, a uniquely Australian problem, but as it works out, Ruler able to get away from that one.
It's also an Egyptian problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's other, but you're Australian, so I thought, we don't have to get all accurate on me. This is not the moment, Atlas.
Are you saying that it's not the right time to talk about Nile crocodiles? Okay, that's probably true. But that was almost way worse for Liv Sandbox. Closer not getting hit by that charm. Chovy not exactly being the most accurate with his charm so far this game. It's not his best on the RO that he's had thus far, but still does mean that Liv Sandbox get to keep 3 of these Barons left alive as Kyle's having some fun with the Hex Flash as they get into this mid lane. Baron's still up, as you can see. Closer and Croco both wearing it. Still going to be around for another 40 seconds as Gen G not going to be able to save this inner turret. There shouldn't be any inhibitors falling just yet. And Doran with his Unleashed Teleport here up and available towards the bottom side should be able to answer anything that Liv Sandbox do try and do. But as we can see, gold entirely even, but still, that Soul Point is looming for Liv Sandbox. One of these next Drake fights, if Liv Sandbox win it, it could just be that the game is kind of just going to be done. But we saw that the counter engage from Doran and Lehens is very difficult for Liv Sandbox to deal with.
Yeah,
how do they mitigate that problem?
Well, you have 2 options. Either you 100 to 0 Lehens, which, considering the amount and abundance of alternative targets, is a roughie. Generally, most of your lockdown will be thrown into a Ruler. But we saw, even in that last fight, especially at this point in the game, I think that the base damages from Gen G are still more than enough. Peanut also going for a very aggressive build, is reasonably fed, also picked up the cleaver to deal with both Dove, Croco, and Kyle. So overall, you got to find either an angle or you got to be ready for it and be able to spread out, right? Because the flank from Dove there, I think, was picture perfect. The problem was that the rest of Sandbox just engaged very linearly, which makes sense because they felt like they had a really good angle.
Yeah.
You got to find a way to deal with this Renata ultimate. Because I think that as good as the knockup from Doran and the setup was, even if he doesn't find that, like just that ultimate, there's a reason why this champion has the win streak it has, why it's so hard to deal with. And for Sandbox, it is I think the biggest issue that they need to solve this game. I think that they have a great setup, right? They have a really powerful team fight, even with, you know, some parts of the comp not scaling amazingly, such as the Renekton. Still a Vizier, you have Sejuani, who is amazing frontline, and you have a Prince who now has hit 3 items.
Yeah, he's 1,000 gold ahead as well.
the 5v5 from Gen.G is just really tough. So maybe you pick someone off inside, right? Maybe you try and set up a deep vision trap. Someone walks in, Lehens goes without a body for a second, gets taken down. Maybe Doran is in the side lane, and yes, he's tanky, but if you have enough members, you'll still be able to take him down, especially with Closer getting closer towards that Void Staff. So there is plenty of opportunity.
Yeah. There is also the opportunity of, you know, if once again Croco hits a Great Glacial Prison, next time just pile all your damage onto Lehens as well, instead of ignoring him until he gets his ult off. That could be another option for them to go towards. I did like the experiment that Live Sandbox went for, just CC Lehens so that he can't get the ult off at the right time and then try and blow someone up. But that didn't quite work.
Now the problem is between Doran and Peanut, there is so much CC available, right? So like the setup for a big Renata ultimate is just very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Croco leading the charge here.
Now it's another difficult decision here for Gen.G, as Doran's going to get a knock-up onto the Renekton, but he's happy to soak. He's going to break his stopwatch here. And the Ornhorn is going to land onto Prince, but he's very far away. So Gen.G do press some R buttons. They do manage to get the Dominus out of Dove, but that's not exactly the highest priority.
Yeah, I think that might actually be a favorable trade here for Sandbox. If they're able to actually get towards the Dragon.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect there onto Doran. Remember, Live Sandbox can also just run to the Baron if they would like to. This is well and truly coordinated spawns of the two of them. Live Sandbox now able to move towards this bottom side river. They're not wanting to give away this Drake. They want to get themselves this Infernal. Flank angle has been set up, but it is being spotted now for Live Sandbox. Peanut gonna have to get out of there. Warrior Trickster going to be used as now Doran frontlining is, oh my god, Chovy just blows up the Nautilus. And now Ruler is kind of free hitting. The Sandbox able to back away, and now Peanut finds that angle once again. Croco at half health. Doran is pretty low as well, though, as now the Cyclone is going to be invested. Dove is going to be their target. It's just a little bit unfair at this stage of the game. Ruler's going to pick up that kill. And now Chovy getting control of the mid lane. Gen.G will be able to grab this Drake, and they might even be able to transition to a Baron as well.
Croco has flash, though. Still looking for it.
Potential steal angle, exactly. He does get into the pit, but Gen.G have completely backed away. Arcane Assault is now on cooldown. Doran's going to flash on over. They managed to secure the Drake. It's Chovy of all people. I think he managed to spellbook himself as Smite as now the Extendo Beam lands on a Prince, but Closer picks up the kill on... Oh my god, everyone's dying! Live Sandbox! They managed to salvage the play somewhat. They're not able to grab the Drake, but can they get this Baron?
Oh, teleport available for Chovy now. He's going to TP towards this wave. Peanut is relatively low. I don't know if they can contest the health bars on Sandbox. Not looking amazingly. Croco doesn't have that Warmox yet.
Yeah, Croco is certainly very low. Kale's going to have to come over and try and help this one out. But yeah, this is definitely going over to Live Sandbox.
Oh!
That is second Baron secured. Chovy not able to do any work on this outer turret in the mid lane at all. And yeah, the gold, we could talk about it all we want. It doesn't really matter, as Live Sandbox have got another Baron, and they might be able to actually start breaking the base with this one.
And Kael has a lot of defensive stuff available, but it was Zeri plus a returning Orb of Deception.
Yeah.
And he just gets boomed. And notable here is the amount of damage that Closer is doing, because truly, I don't think he has Void at this point yet, but already sitting on Death Cap and Ludens, like, he is able to get these health bars so insanely low. And what's cool to me about this play is any other team would try to just steal that Drake. But Sandbox, they see this and they're like, no, no, no. As it is indeed Chovy's Smite, I think, picks it up. No, we're going in. We're fighting this. Summoner's available for Prince. Ruler's still getting out, but doesn't quite matter. And now with the Baron buff, Sandbox still sieging, and 2 Infernal Drakes is big, but not game-winning big.
Certainly not. Let's see whether Gen.G actually start a fight or whether they're just going to try and defend this one. Extendo Beams not exactly doing the damage that they want. Chovy's going to be trying to get himself out of this one. The Ornhorn comes through. Kyle's going to break his stopwatch in order to avoid it. Dove now standing on top of a turned-off ward. And this Siege Minion should be able to finish this one off eventually. As you can see, Closer standing on a ward, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. And Gen.G not going to defend this inner turret. So that is the last one remaining. 6 turrets now have bitten the dust for Gen.G. And Live Sandbox, the first time actually having themselves somewhat of a gold lead to represent what they've been able to do in some of these team fights.
Warmox Almost done for Croco here. Of course, Warmox on Sejuani used to always be the go-to build. Quite nice into the poke that can come through from Chovy, from Ruler. And with the amount of resistances that you have with Frost Armor, just a very, very nice item. And still, no decisive break in this game. And if you're a Gen G fan, you're like, no big deal.
Yeah.
No problem. We can do that.
I mean, I keep talking about the gold, like doing the commentator thing.
Gold is irrelevant.
It's absolutely irrelevant.
Oh,
It's
it
been
doesn't
irrelevant
matter at all.
all game long. It's about whether or not Prince finds these amazing ultimates and he's able to actually auto-attack in these fights. And he has been. He's got so many items.
Look at his XP.
Yeah.
This is Neela right there, coming through for Live Sandbox.
This is exactly the value that was illustrated by Ruler in an interview like last week.
At this point, I don't want Dove to get any kills or assists.
No, neither do I. I was actually
Sandbox
just thinking about
win.
that. The first pick, 0-6-0 Renekton.
He can go 0-7, that's fine.
Do you know what the win rate is? 100%, baby. The KDA, not looking great.
Who cares?
It's the wrong kind of not definable. As Live Sandbox, they set up the Sun Disc. And I really like what Azir adds to this composition from Live Sandbox as well, because it kind of adds the extra range, right? If you can set up your Sand Soldiers and actually do some damage. Yes, he doesn't necessarily have a consistent damage build with the fact that it is just boom boom as much as possible. Those Sand Soldiers certainly do hurt.
This is it, Atlas. This is the fight. I think Sandbox get themselves this Drake. That might very well be it. There is a Vamp Scepter in the inventory here of Prince. Of course, also has a shield blow, so should be able to sustain back up. But the poke from Gen G, quite fierce. Croco, of course, has Warmox and already too bothered by going forward for some very aggressive trading.
Yeah. Croco also soaking a lot here. Took a lot from Chovy as now Dove finds himself a flank angle. Doran in a whole lot of trouble. Not looking as tanky as the other way should, as now Prince getting taken down so low. Ruler is at full health in this fight. Closer does manage to take down the Ornn, but can Ruler actually win the fight? Is going to be the question. He's trying to do some Zeri things. Nails the first kill. There's the second. Now he's chasing after Dove, who goes into his GA. But he's going to have to die a second time, I believe. That's the triple kill. And it is the Ruler ending to at least this team fight.
And that's a third Drake going over as they're back.
Oh, dear. Okay.
Oh.
Survives.
Makes it for... Oh, Prince. What we doing here? Prince?
There's... Oh, that
what?
control ward paid for itself and then some.
Yeah, Ooh, Prince. I think it's fine. No, we're okay. So... That's third Drake.
I was half expecting Prince to contest.
Yeah, me too.
I was getting ready to play-by-play again.
No, you should. It's Sandbox. And this is very reminiscent of the previous fight where Dove is like, guys, okay, I got Chovy. Chovy's not in this fight. We're good, right? Guys, we're good. And the problem is, they are good, at least for the first part of it. But then note that, yes, the front line's gone, but that doesn't matter, because Ruler untouched in this fight. And we see the value of the handshake, right? Renata coming through for Ruler there as well. And yeah, Prince and I think that if Prince and Closer, thank you. I'm just my brain's getting
no, it's okay
because of
it's
this.
Okay.
If they're actually contesting there, like maybe they win the flip. Flash was still available for Prince, but if you lose, it's the end of the game. As Croco,
yeah, looking for Peanut here. There's the dredge line. Kyle immediately flashes away as Prince down to half health. There's the hostile takeover, and now the damage from Ruler is going to come through. Prince has already been taken. Ruler just going to destroy Dove. 0-8-0, unfortunately, on the Renekton. Croco going to try and walk it out, but his little piggy leg's not going to be able to get him out of this one. And I think the backs of Live Sandbox have finally been broken as Gen G are bearing down on their base. Okay. Well, Emperor's Divide is not going to find anything. Doran's going to break some Sand Soldiers. His Extendo Beam is going to allow at least an assist to go over to Ruler, as Peanut does find himself a Nimbus Strike just to get on top of the Azir. And Closer buys a fair bit of time, but he's still dead. That's 600 gold going over to Peanut as Gen G move into the base.
I don't think it's enough. It's a nice attempt from Sandbox, but at 100% win rate for Chovy. Gonna keep on standing, and Ruler, man, this guy is just not balanced.
He's just not. I mean, Zeri also isn't, especially with a range advantage this high. But Liv Sandbox made them work so hard for it. You saw the game plan. You saw how it was supposed to work. And you might be looking at the 0-9-0 Renekton, but Liv Sandbox in that mid game had winning angles.
They were in control for a large part of this game. And reality of the situation is that Sandbox, they keep coming so close in so many of these games, but so close. They're still 0-6 right now against Gen G over the course of summer.
Yeah.
And we've seen, what, like 3 games in a row now be absolute nail-biters, but actually making it through just doesn't happen. And in this composition from Gen G, talked about it at the beginning of the draft, the 5v5 power, the front to back is disgusting. And it was, but it takes some. I know we like to dunk on Zeri. I think the champion deserves it. But also, we gotta put some credit to how that was played out by Gen G, because I thought Sandbox were finally gonna do it.
Yeah, and Gen G also just kind of allowed the game to do what it wanted to do, because they knew that ultimately in the late game, with their massive range advantage, they were just always going to be able to do more, have more agency. But it got very, very close to danger. Giving away Soul Point, giving away 2 Barons, as well, as you can see here.
Like, it doesn't, if you look at it, you go into the post-match, Fred, like, Dove 0-9-0.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Sandbox, yeah, they're 20 kills to 7. It's like, oh, they got stomped. No, they didn't get stomped.
Yeah.
But they lost, nonetheless.
You saw that they had a gold lead, like, quite late into that game somehow. Just a bit of a crazy one. This does mean that Gen G pick up match point. We're going to go to a short break when we get back. The analytical carpet space in game number 3.
오른님 문대 주세요. 나이스. 나이스. 아, 이 판 힘들었다. 너무 힘든데. 그러니까. 아, 근데 바텀 다이브가 너무 컸다. 야, 나이. 아, 괜찮아. 타워들이 버그 같네. 단판도 잘 하자. 아. 노틸 노플이야. 잡아도 돼. 고생을 너무 잘하는데? 뭐라고? 아니에요. 아, 레네. 릴라. 안에 안 싸워줘. 아.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, laying in the
랜더 파이널 시작하겠습니다.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Wolf and Cubby in the TV. And that was another Gen G win. This one, especially through the mid-game, definitely felt like Liv Sandbox were finding some angles, but maybe not in the ways that we totally expected.
Yeah, I really like the pivot to playing strong side top, or at least attempting to here, for putting Dove on the Renekton first pick. You could tell by the bans that Liv Sandbox put through that that's what they were fishing for. But unfortunately, it didn't work out very well in practice, and I don't think we'll see it again for the rest of this best of 5. He had a very poor game on the Renekton. And also the rest of the comp that they put together here with this Neela pick that I've been very adamant I'm not a huge fan of, really gets hard countered by one champion, the Renata. And when Lehens was able to press R in some of those mid-game fights, the whole composition of Liv Sandbox just fell apart.
And Renato isn't only good against the Neela, it's good against pretty much everything that Liv Sandbox is showing minus that Azir. So I think that pickup by Gen G and that not being banned out by the side of Liv Sandbox really hurt them in this game. Wolf was hitting on that hard in our chat between the game. I think it was a really good read and paid off huge for the Hens.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, they were almost lucky to have it go to the second phase, and the fact that it wasn't banned was definitely a little bit questionable for me. So yeah, that was pretty much the draft. Obviously, there was a big story in the top lane, the first pick Renekton going 0-9. I don't think we're going to be seeing that again. I don't think they're going to give Dove a second chance. It's okay if you lose in the beginning, but then when he kind of further went down the lane and kept getting caught over and over, just did not look very good. So let's take a look at highlight number 1 first off.
So basically what happened in this highlight is Liv Sandbox were able to identify that Peanut is kind of tunneling on top side a little bit here quite significantly, and Kyle and Krocko turned this one around. They end up grabbing a pick here, and then on the bottom side at the same time. This is just a really nice mechanical outplay by Prince, who's being dove, because Genji also identified, okay, they're looking for a top side play. Let's actually go on top of this Neela, who's very vulnerable. They get the ult off with the Renata. He dodges the Everfrost with the first dash, dashes again to the right side here, and just has the turret as his best friend, is able to trade a kill back onto Ruler. It's a double he picks up, and it's really amazing how he pulled off that defense there. But what I mainly picked this highlight for was just to showcase, like, Genji tunneling a little bit with their advantage gave some opportunities for Liv Sandbox to come back in a game that otherwise looked pretty doomed.
Yeah, and I also have to credit Krako in the early game. I think that taking that dragon around 6 minutes really helped Liv Sandbox actually have this dragon stacking timer where very early in the game, they were staring down a soul. They were able to trade that for a Baron. Really helped give Liv Sandbox winning angles throughout this one.
Yeah, it was pretty clear. You know, Liv Sandbox, there were some great things that they had in this game. Game number 1 was close kind of because Prince got uniquely extremely fed. But this time, you know, across the board, we had Krako getting Drakes. We had Prince kind of getting uniquely fed again, but on the Neela, which we weren't so happy about. But at the end of the day, it still wasn't enough to push them over at the edge. As we'll take a look at highlight number 2 as well, as this was really the big turning point in favor of Genji.
Yeah, this is the moment where you see how this composition for Genji works so beautifully. Lehens gets the angle here with the ultimate, and if you can't win the fight in basically less than 2 seconds as Liv Sandbox with a nice Wombo combo, Genji just has way more longevity than you do in these fights. And we picked this one to show that even with a pretty good engage from Liv Sandbox, all it takes is Cyclone, Renata ultimate, the hostile takeover, and your composition can't actually finish the job, and the Ruler angle is real. There were a few more highlights we could have picked where Ruler pops off in later fights, a few moments as well where we did see Prince steal Dragon, stuff like this, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because the longer the game went, the more of those Zarya angles became apparent.
And something that I actually do want to somewhat praise Liv Sandbox for is that Azir pick. I think that closer, you know, that fight wasn't too effective, but overall this Azir, it did give Liv Sandbox some mid-priority to try and make those plays elsewhere on the map. I thought closer did pilot it rather well in a loss, so really curious to look out for that pick moving forward, given how important it is to Chovy and Genji and also closer's proficiency in this game.
Yeah, and you know, the more we get into this, it is very apparent that you can't ban out everything. You know, you can try to pick away an Azir, and you can try to get the better end on the Ruler pick, but then he ends up with Zeri anyway, and he ends up carrying the game anyway. So let's see who does get the POG for the second game, and it will be the man on Zeri once again.
Yep, he did it again, and he did almost 35% of his team's damage, neared 1,000 damage per minute this game, and it didn't even go to a long enough game to where that's like normally possible. He's just carrying super hard. Once more, this is the fight we were talking about where he just wins the game. And it might just be the only highlight that we show, but he wins the game off of it just like last game, that fight in the base. Stuff like this is what Zeri does, and it doesn't matter about your mid-game win conditions, doesn't matter about how ahead you were at certain states if the Zeri is untouched in a team fight. I voted for Peanut. I thought his performances in the early game were a little bit more consistent overall, the Ruler's overall performance.
Yeah, surprised that we didn't see any BDA Kick W votes for Dove, but I guess he wasn't on the winning team that time. It was Genji taking it as Ruler. The mark's been so important this meta. Both been stepping up, hoping we see that in Game 3.
Yeah, very nice to see. Well, anyway, guys, we are done here on the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for Game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and some rare shade there from Cubby as well. He's often, you know, so incredibly polite from the television, but this time around, definitely a little bit scathing. And yeah, the 0-9-0 Renekton first pick definitely did not work out. Expecting to see Liv Sandbox try a different strategy here, and I think that Dove just needs to accept he's a tank player. Put him on the tanks.
Yeah, we saw this with the Gwen as well, where they gave that one a bunch of goes and it didn't quite work out. And it becomes very difficult if you are a Sandbox fan at this point because we've tried so many angles. Banzeri is one that's like very easy to make, but is the game different if Ruler is on Sivir?
No.
Probably not. If it's different, if he is on Lucian Nami in a favorable matchup.
I feel like Lucian Nami would be worse for Liv Sandbox because he gets online earlier. It's almost like having a one-item power spike on Ruler. No. That feels like you don't have enough time to get back into the game. As Liv Sandbox going to continue banning Poppy as we jump back into the draft here. They are on blue side yet again, so second time of asking here. And Genji likely not going to change anything. Vi, Civ, or Aphelios were their bans on red side last time. And Liv Sandbox, let's see what they do take away. Yuumi and Kalista were the second two. And I think that at least the Yuumi, unless they're going to first pick it, has to stay. But do they change up? Maybe they go for a Kalista first pick instead of the Renekton first pick. What do you think about that one, Chronicler?
And then get Lucian or Draven. Never really bad time. It's going to be B1 Renekton again.
I mean, well, it is appearing
They're
like
going.
that could be it.
It's going to happen. I'm telling you.
Are they going to flex it mid?
No. We're just going to do the same thing.
Wow, we are
I
actually,
know Sandbox, Atlas.
maybe it's just, you know, the Liv Sandbox coaching staff just saying, Croco, play towards topside. It is time to unleash Dove at his full capacity, as Doran hovering the Aurelia there for a moment. But the Wukong Zeri, I don't know why you wouldn't just lock it in again. Big grin on Peanut's face here. And let's see what he's going to lock away. I think Wukong Renata also seems fine.
Yeah, the Renata to me was the backbreaker in the previous game. If Liv Sandbox are able to pick themselves up the Renata, it changes a lot of the equation. So, Azir pickup to me seems like a no-brainer here as well. Think that it doesn't really matter what Ruder plays, but no. Ruder wanting to go free. I see that grin? That's the man that wants to go free for free on Zeri. And
oh man, are we actually
okay? Don't. Wait, hey Atlas. They were in a winning position for a large part of that game. They had Soul Point with Inferno. Okay.
They did have that. Well, if it ain't broke,
we're gonna stick with it. We're just gonna run it back.
Salty runbacks happening here. And Genji, of course, you should definitely not change up how you draft. Liv Sandbox do have to ban Renata. They definitely do need to make that change.
Let Doran have his Gwen. We're gonna swap that part up. Hopefully,
yeah,
surely they will.
And then we get a gentleman's battle towards the top side of the map. The two aggressive plays instead of Ornn versus Renekton.
There we go. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, this is precisely what we wanted.
I'm feeling a lot better about the whole situation now. It's, I assume, still an awful Ornn for Genji if it doesn't get banned away, because why wouldn't you? No reason not to.
Unless this time they actually prioritize the Nautilus, given the fact that Renata is unpickable.
Yeah, I imagine they'd want to shy away from a situation where you play Zeri with Nautilus. Feels kind of underwhelming. And Sandbox makes the same read, going to go for the Lulu again instead. Very obvious ban with the Zeri. And now, where are we going to see Genji go? Support pickup, I think makes the most sense.
Yeah, if they value the pick away, then support pickup makes sense. If they're wanting to try and see what Liv Sandbox do.
There we go. Yeah.
And then go for something else, they can do that. And that is what they're going to elect to do here. The Ornn is going to be locked in. And now a lot of flexibility as far as trying to answer whatever Liv Sandbox do put there towards the bottom side. It is going to be one of Kale's old favorites. He did love the Leona, as did a lot of our players actually. But the cow would definitely be a different one. Certainly feels like a confidence call to just slam the cow, but maybe my history watching Marta games is what brings that to mind.
Wouldn't have minded it personally as...
We are actually just going to run this whole thing back.
Well,
but without a Renata problem.
The comp was not the core issue.
This is strictly an improvement for Liv Sandbox.
No, it is. Until Lahans locks in the Zillion support, the Elise support, and we...
Oh no, the counter to extra experience is more extra experience!
could have known.
Oh my
Gonna be just
goodness.
Rakan.
Okay. So it's not going to be more experience.
No, it's just Rakan. As overall, laning phase in the previous game didn't end up being much of a problem, even though there was that one dive that I'm sure Gen.G wants to forget. Overall, laning phase was completely fine. Gen.G have a comp that, in terms of engage, little stronger than the previous one. In terms of dealing with the front to back, little weaker. You know, not as just such an incredible pick right now, but I'm thinking both teams are pretty happy with what they've gotten. I actually didn't mind the sandbox comp that much in the previous game. I think that if it's played out a lot better, they actually just get soul, and then they're feeling peachy going into the late game.
And I don't even think it needs to be played a lot better. I think they played fantastically well, especially, and this is echoing Cubby's point a little bit, and what we were saying throughout the game was Closer's laning phase on the Azir into Chovy was not a laning phase I was expecting to see out of Liv Sandbox. He was so dominant, always keeping that lane pushed, and guaranteeing priority into Chovy is a very difficult ask, and we've seen many Aris into the Azir actually do very well. Closer not allowing that one to happen. Playing around the pressure that Croco did provide as well, but so much of the credit needs to go to Closer, and he is once again going to largely be one of the big damage carries here for this team. He is the consistent damage when they have so much melee in this composition. Liv Sandbox very stubborn with this particular draft. They are going to run it back yet again, although this time not having to worry about handshakes that they don't want to take and hostile takeovers coming through from the other side of the rift.
And it is a mostly salty run back. Small switch up for Gen.G. The comp's expected to play functionally the same. Hoping for Sandbox. They've got it this time.
Yep, let's hope for at least 4 games here, ladies and gentlemen. So we hop onto the rift here for game 3. Here we are onto the rift for match point for Gen.G. And we'll once again be wearing the red shorts, and once again, it's the same draft, except now Lehens has transformed into Rakan. Liv Sandbox, no transformations required. However, Dove's scoreline is now reset to 0-0-0. And that is definitely good news. Let's see whether Liv Sandbox do pivot to a little bit more topside control and allow Dove to flourish a little bit more. This time around as well, he might actually nail the flash over the wall. You never know. We don't know how much history will repeat itself in this game number 3.
If this is a jump cut to Dove getting solo killed on like level 4, I'm holding you personally responsible. I'm just putting that out there.
No, that's understandable. I would be 100% to blame if that was to happen.
Yeah.
I have the confidence right now that it's not going to happen because we can't jump cut forward in time. We don't have a time machine. Just yet. However, if it, in 3 minutes time, if it does happen, I am going to be feeling sheepish.
You're getting burned out.
I'm getting nervous.
You
know what happened the last time? The last time I was in a Gen.G semifinal? Do you remember what happened?
I was there.
I lost a lot of hair, okay? I don't want that to happen again. Or anything else that could also be negative.
Is it time?
It's spooky times for me, okay?
For the return bat, for the Sandbox reverse sweep.
Oh God. Okay, what's your bet? Are you going to grow the moustache?
I'm going to grow. If Sandbox, what do we say full reverse sweep?
Yeah, I want a handlebar.
Oh, you get you get to pick the type of mustache.
Yeah, I want full handlebar mustache.
I think that's fair.
And I want you to only wear flannel shirts.
I will. It is summer in Seoul, Atlas.
I'm going to buy you flannel shirts. And by the time you've grown a nice handlebar mustache,
all right,
it'll be great. As close as getting ganked, let's have a look to see whether he's going to have to flash. And he does. Opts into that one. And Peanut not going to have to use his. Just going to sweep towards his top side. And this time, Chovy with a bit of support. And that may allow him to have a bit more control in this lane than he did last time around.
And overall, I do think that as we came into the matches today, the amount of pressure that has been found by both of these junglers has been so pivotal in setting up a lot of the rest of the game. Is Croco going for the invade here?
All right, well, Winter's Wrath is not going to be able to find the target here as Croco nails the smite onto the big raptor. Peanut just going to hit him with a Q because he's upset. But so far, advantage over to Croco, being able to grab that. Kyle going to come up here as well and look to take this one down as just some biffo. As Chovy once again down to 200 health. Seems like the more things change, the more they stay the same. As Chovy with an early back. Doran hanging out underneath his turret. This is definitely going a little bit better for Dove, I guess.
Yeah, and usually this is what happens when you play a Trundle. But due to the double prio available for Croco, he can opt in to a very aggressive playstyle here, knowing that if Peanut does try to actually contest, he will be in deep trouble. Flash available for Croco, but it is for Chovy as well. This is a risky play if he ends up going for it, but we got spotted, and I don't think that Croco's going to commit here.
I really like the vision toggle there from Jonah Strong, just to keep us on our toes, but Chovy's back is going to be successful. Blue Sandbox having a good time here towards this bottom side as well. As you can see, Prince with a slight lead as they shot the wave in. This lane not as strong, actually, as the Renata lane, so this should be even better for Prince and Kyle, who also did fantastically well in the laning phase, as Chovy, after teleporting back, was able to stop a back or two, I believe, from Closer there, but he will eventually be able to make it back to base.
And overall, do see Peanut answer back. You take my Raptors, I'll take your Wolves. Will be successful in that regard. Might even pick himself up a Gromp as well. And is very much in line with what we've seen from both of these two players in terms of how aggressive they play, how much they like the counter jungle.
Yeah. And some vision being put down here by Dove, here towards the top side. This time around, not going to get caught out, Chronicler. Absolutely not. But Peanut is, yeah, pretty close to the area. Croco sweeping out vision as well. So Genji with information that there is no Piggy to deal with.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is... Oh, no. Oh, no.
He
He was just spotted on vision. But I don't know whether it's going to quite be enough. It is. Never mind. Not going to be investing flashes or anything like that, knowing that Dove has his. So the 2-for-1 special not going to be on the table.
I know Croco is going to go over and take Peanut, his Raptors again.
I love his little Paro emote that Croco uses all the time.
There's vision here as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's just going to take that. So overall, it's still Croco that ends up getting the favorable trade. But he's not going to feel too bothered by what Peanut has been able to do. And both these junglers really spike the moment that they hit level 6 and let the one Raptor live. The rest will be sacrificed to the Lady on the Bull. And we have not seen any first... It feels like these games keep slowing down.
Yeah.
So eventually, if we keep going to Game 5, maybe we'll break the first blood record.
Yeah, if we get to Game 5, we might just see, like, Nasus Viger being picked.
Yeah.
So that we can infinitely scale. As I say that, first blood goes to Peanut. And Closer is going to be capitalized on his flash. Few seconds away. And by a few seconds, I mean about 30. But he's going to be taken out here. Genji going to now look for a bit of a back as Croco tries to grab the wave. We'll be able to get most of it here as Dove moves back towards top lane. And we'll clear out this control ward.
Very nicely set up there. Well done, Genji. Peanut with that early gank. Just in the nick of time, being able to get the payoff. So Closer gets 100-0 there, unfortunately.
해먹지 먹고 있거든.
But
일로
now
갱
let's
한번
check
가고
out this
생각할게.
one from Peanut's perspective.
지금 한번 해보는 거 어때? 상관없어, 상관없어. 잡았어.
Just pretty comfortable. Yeah. Peanut making some calls there as well. Getting around this jungle not quite as quickly as Croco has, especially after losing his Raptor, but still able to grab that first blood. That will allow the Wukong to be even further accelerated than he was in game number 1 at this stage, because I believe that kill onto Dove happened a little bit later on. And it's 7.5 minutes, Chronicler, and a Drake hasn't fallen down, so we're not accelerating the dragon takes this time either. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like Live Sandbox should have been putting more emphasis on it, or just isn't as possible this time?
Yeah, well, they are.
Well,
I'm happy about that. Definitely a big fan of them playing this one aggressive, high-value Drake yet again. And you know, we follow the script. Next one will be a mountain,
And then a cloud.
be a little bit of cloud.
Earth, Wind, and Fire out of order, but we'll take it.
And there
Oh
we
my-
go.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, spooky.
I thought you were the one who was looking forward in time. Dove hasn't died yet this game.
He hasn't.
He's not on track.
This is infinitely better, KDA-wise.
And Dove, obviously, like having a bad game doesn't by itself mean that the pick is not strong. I've been in the current state of the game. I think Renekton is actually quite valuable, and even with how subpar, I think the correct phrasing is, he was playing in the previous one, he still was able to zone out a couple of key targets in later game team fights. So overall state of the game should feel a lot better for Sandbox. They are Sandbox, so they're definitely going to fight one way or another.
Yeah, this Herald is certainly going to be fought for or taken here by Live Sandbox. Right now, Croco is doing the taking it part. As Peanut going to be moving up. Lehens and Ruler following. Prince is still on the bottom side as Dove will rotate in. This is once again one of these issues where Peanut gets into the back of the pit and does have to Warrior Trickster his way out. This means that the burst damage is going to be able to come through. Live Sandbox will be able to pick up the eye, but at what cost? Closer over to the side. He has Emperor's Divide available. The Glacial Prison not going to find the target. Nice double knock up there from Doran, who's still so incredibly healthy. Emperor's Divide lands onto 2, though. The Rakan is going to be taken down. Prince finds melee range onto the Zeri, and Live Sandbox win the fight and take the Rift Herald.
And unlike the previous fights, reminiscent of a battle where you're severely outnumbered, this one, Prince arrives just in time. A lot of summoners have to be used, but overall, big win for Sandbox. Get the Drake, get the Herald, and get kills on both of your carries. Really, really nicely done here.
Get that massive 200 gold lead as well. As we have a look at the replay, this is like deja vu. It's exactly the same beginning to the Herald take that we saw in Game 2.
It is, and it is the early damage being done, and actually nice flashing happening. The double knockup goes into a front line. So yes, Dove dies again, but he truly doesn't matter. His top laner is also not fed, neither is Peanut because he hasn't died yet up until this point in the game. And as a result, when Prince comes in and a lot of cooldowns are already used, free pickings for the Neela. And now, yeah, the gold lead by itself, not super relevant, but I assure you, Sandbox is going to go for the next Drake. I don't think Genji is going to be able to actually contest it on that one. The one saving grace, Peanut is up I want to say a little bit of gold just due to the kills. Should be still a favorable trade for him. But outside of that, you know, Genji might be looking to repeat what they did in the previous game and just hang back.
Yeah, Frostfire Gauntlet completed here for Croco, though, and he does have the... Oh, actually he doesn't. Dove picked up Eye of the Herald. Yeah. You know, sacrificing himself for the good of the colony is absolutely the Dove way. He's also got infinitely more assists than he did in the last game, so already off to a fantastic start, KDA-wise, as that is like, what, 2? Amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Even in farm against the On, so it's not exactly super ideal, but in a neutral matchup where there hasn't been as much jungle attention, you'd kind of expect this, given the fact that On has always been pretty good at just neutralizing the 1v1. As Chovy has a lot of enemies hanging around. Dove is going to put down the Rift Herald. Of course he doesn't do it in his lane. As, okay, Lehens is having a bit of trouble here. Grand exit. He'll get himself out of the way. Croco not able to land the Permafrost. And Lehens has to use a whole lot, but he does make it out alive.
Nicely done. Kyle going for the early ultimate, as Dove does have the ultimate available.
All right, don't know whether that teleport was exactly what you wanted there, Dove, but Kuldameek does do a fair bit of work, and he locks down the kill onto the On. How does this happen? Dove's just leveled up Chronicler, and now he's looking for Peanut. He's going to make his way back. He wants to get these minions. They're definitely the priority. And yeah, Dove's revenge is happening, and it's happening quickly.
I can't make tilt-proof jokes anymore because I made them too many times during the regular split, but...
I think you can. After that, yes, you can.
The ice-cold nerves on Dove. Go 0-9-0 in the game. B1 Renekton again. And then seeing that play, be like, I'll teleport in. I'll save the turret team. I can do it.
This is actually just how you're supposed to start a reverse sweep, I think. Because how much more mental damage can you do?
And Peanut and Doran realize, wait, this is not the same Crocodile as before. As Dove this time around has not died a whole bunch of times, is level 10, and was sitting on a bunch of components there. Now finished his Blade the Rune King as well.
Yeah.
And that Drake is live. Croco and Cal, as per usual, looking very, very strongly here.
Chovy might have to use that Spirit Rush, does so.
Oh, that's a big win.
Yeah.
Getting that out early. A lot of pressure from the Ahri going to be mitigated now. And there is a window here for Sandbox as well, where Doran and Peanut don't have their ultimate. Don't know if they want to push it quite that hard. Looking to make their way over now.
Yep, Doran does have teleport available. Dove does not. He's just going to have to walk on over there. His little crocodile legs. But speaking of crocodiles, Croco is here already and they've started this one up. So second Drake should belong to Live Sandbox. And they'll have to prepare for the inevitability of a Cloud Soul. Good charm, going to connect here. Everfrost as well to stop any follow-up, but doesn't matter. It's exactly what Live Sandbox were looking for, and it's not a Cloud Drake. It is, in fact, a Hextech Soul, which is going to mean some potential shenanigans with the Hex Gates, but also a lot more relevant as far as adding extra damage. The slow as well for Live Sandbox, if they are able to collect that, going to be very, very strong. As now, Lahens gets the help of the rest of his team. Quickness comes on through. They get the knock up onto Kyle, who does flash, gets himself out of the way. Teleport was stopped here by Dove, and now he's looking to chase down Doran. I don't know whether the Ornn's going to be able to equalize quite as well this stage of the game. However, he's not going to press his advantage any further.
Oh, Peanut coming through for the wraparound. Closer doesn't have TP. Sandbox very far up here.
Yeah, Kyle doesn't have flash, remember, as Chovy just a little bit late on the play. So they can't really answer it.
Yeah, really cool sequence of events. So what happened was Doran, seeing that the Drake is being taken, pushing the teleport on top side. Then Dove makes his way over to about halfway through the lane, but he doesn't have vision, and both Peanut and Chovy are missing. So Dove, having learned his lesson from last game, says, I don't trust this, and sacrifices the turret. Doran going to be able to pick that one up regardless. And then Doran tries to go for the TP when the bot lane of Sandbox together with Croco go for a big play. And then the TP does get cancelled by Dove just in the nick of time as Peanut.
Oh, that is going to be Croco coming on in, trying to lock down Peanut. Warrior Trickster, I believe, is on cooldown as Emperor's Divide is going to sweep up the Monkey. And that should transition beautifully into a Shirley take here as well. Live Sandbox getting more advantages than they did in game number 2. This time around, they have about 1,000 gold lead. They should be able to use Shirley to break open a turret as well. And that could start really opening up the map for this composition.
There is also no Renata in the game this time around, and as strong as Rakan is, doesn't quite have the raw power as...
All right, Chovy just going to be dashing on in here. It's going to be stolen there from the smite that Lahens picked. Oh, no, he didn't. He just... Was that Gleaming Quill? What? I thought assuredly it was the... never mind. He's got Guardian. As Chovy's looking to come in and grab the eye. Doran... Horn is going to come through. Lahens, nice double knock-up as the Orbit Deception's great as well. Peanuts dived into the pit. They're going to be able to grab the first kill. Doran's likely going to fall, but not after a triple knock-up. Extendo Beam gets a kill for Ruler, and now it's the Zeri angle. Peanut flashes and grabs Croco. There's the double kill, and Gen G just find themselves a team fight out of nowhere.
It just keeps happening, Atlas.
I'm still amazed at how Rakan managed to get a Rift Herald.
They even got the eye.
Oh. That shouldn't have happened. We were supposed to have a game that is getting to 20 minutes with a Live Sandbox lead so that we can possibly set up for the reverse sweep. This is not how it was supposed to go.
Atlas, this is the Live Sandbox comfort zone. They want to be down gold, and they're doing a great job at it. As initial pickup rather here on Peanut is very nicely done with the C chain. They do, however, also use the ultimate here, and just a little early on the smite from Croco. Generally, he hits those just a second early, and that pod is fine. Where issues arise is when Live Sandbox then decides to hard commit. Beautiful flash from Chovy as well, making sure that the hook doesn't connect, so there's no ult available or no kill available. Almost for Dove the bonus, and then the knock up into Zeri, and no Nilah. If Nilah's here, might be able to get a couple of kills.
I think Doran almost just got my POG. Not that I have a vote, but I think he probably almost got it there from that 3-man knock-up when he had 200 health and then managed to survive. Absolutely huge out of the on player as well.
And overall, it's, the team fighting from Gen.G again that does it. They have been so incredibly good at this. Because it's easy to remember, or to forget rather, that this is a team that didn't always used to win the early game. They were a team that...
I mean, Liv Sandbox never won the early game.
Well, I mean, yes, but also Gen.G.
Yes,
if we go back to spring, we all, you most of all, remember the spring game against Damwon in playoffs, and they won that just for sheer team fighting. In the late
Force
game,
of will is what it kind of was, what it felt like to me.
But Sandbox also just get mid and now can move over.
Oh, Prince gets charmed though, and now
That's
is very,
big.
very low. Chovy still dashing forward, wants to find Prince, who sidesteps the Orb of Deception. And now Doran's going to look for this on-horn. Can they lock down? Oh, can they manage to find Dove? But he's now looking to turn it around. Ruler is just going to get sniped out immediately. The quickness value is huge, but the Zeri's already dead. So the bottom lane is just a double kill for Prince. Now a hook's going to connect. And there it is. There's the triple. There's Prince fed again, and we're back on script, boys.
And there is the soul point for Sandbox. Chovy's stopwatch, I think, might have killed Ruler there. I'm not sure if it was his or someone else's, but what happened is they went in aggressively, and then someone's stopwatch, we'll see in the replay, and Ruler died. He got hooked by a Nautilus. Kael says, oh, that's not the snack I ordered, but I'll take it regardless. And now, Free Drakes, soul point.
I've seen this before.
Prince fed again. Yeah, I still have no faith, but let's look what happens here. As the turret gets taken, all according to plan. But a really nice charm by Chovy. Gets Prince low, then the teleport here comes in. Gen.G wants to harken it. They know if they win this fight, the game from here on out is pretty much smooth sailing. And Mila not really going to be able to fight. And then I want to draw your attention to what happens here as... Yeah, hook. Yeah. That is a painful miscommunication.
But the apotheosis as well, just amazing.
Follow-up is beautiful, but sometimes you need to resist your instincts to Zhonya's. And that was one of those moments.
Oh, we're getting it from Prince's perspective. I kind of wanted it from Kyle's perspective because his back-to-back hooks were just beautiful. But this...
The healing as well.
Yeah, just gets you back in.
3초 가봐. 바론 있냐?
Keep going, keep going. Can we get Baron? Not Baron. However, they are able to get Soul Point as once again another pick. And that is once again onto Ruler. Liv Sandbox this time and not taking their foot off the accelerator. This should be another Baron, maybe. Should be, maybe.
That's
I don't
risky,
know.
Atlas.
Well, I mean, this is Liv
They're
Sandbox.
doing it.
Risk is what they were forged in Chronic Club.
Chovy TP.
Yeah.
They need to turn.
They know exactly what's going on here, but can they actually stop it is the question. There's the turn, immediately onto Lehans. He flashes, he tries to grand exit, but it's not going to work. But a massive knock up onto the backline. The Azir already taken down. Doran is trying his very best to tank Chovy, waiting for some cooldowns. Doran lasting so incredibly long. As Chovy has to dash to get himself out of the way, doesn't find the charm. But I don't think Liv Sandbox can do the Baron anymore.
Still, successful play there from Gen.G. All that matters is that you make sure that Sandbox doesn't completely break open this game, pick up your inners, and completely ruin the map as a little trap in case Peanut is... Peanut? Peanut? I don't think yet. No, that's that's a blue buff. That's a tasty snack.
Oh dear, and Dove actually hiding out of sight for a moment to make sure that Peanut actually commits to it. He's going 1v2 and Chovy's going to move on over as well. Lehans will turn up, the charm doesn't land as now Croco goes for the re-engage because of course he does. Gen.G are going to be able to make their way out, but man, I thought that was just going to be another team fight over a blue buff that Peanut almost took.
Atlas, this might be a 3-0. I can still see Gen.G pull this one back easily. They have the scaling, but what a game. What a series it's been.
It's been so much fun and so much aggression on both sides. And once again, as you can see, I mean, it's Soul Point for Liv Sandbox, but the gold entirely even. It's exactly the same as game number 2, and game number 2 was a nail-biter for so long. Liv Sandbox just need to grab themselves 2 Barons, and we're going to have a complete run back, as this was the pick onto Ruler, was what felt like a million years ago.
Is that a hook from Kael? Unfortunate miss in what has been a great game for him. And then here the fight gets started up, but it's again Doran, and I agree. If this ends up being a Genji win, then Doran gets the POG, because amount of work he's doing, incredible. But there is also not enough damage here, unfortunately, for Genji, so they can't really commit and have to peace out regardless. And then, thanks to the power of Hextech, we get a team fight over the buff.
Someone needs to talk to Jace and send him a letter.
Hey, he's getting buffs.
Uh-huh.
If they also nerf Drakes and remove Soul, maybe top lane will be relevant again, Atlas.
No, exactly.
Oh, that will be lovely.
I might even write a letter to Victor. All right, Croco in this mid lane just going to help clear this one out. And Vision is kind of scattered everywhere, as you can see, Genji with a lot of wards, but Closer is going to find Doran, and he's behind enemy lines. Kyle, once again, just dredge lining as close to Doran as they can find. And yeah, this should be another kill going over to Prince. 6-0 and 3, don't mind if I do. And he will be able to pick this one up. And now without Doran, another Baron opportunity arises for Liv Sandbox as Peanut.
Kyle, unbotted, unfazed.
Exactly, no, of course he's not. Ruler trying
deal
to
with
find position, but
Wukong.
Yeah, Vision going to be achieved here for Liv Sandbox, and of course they're going to turn. They're going to try and grab the kill onto Peanut, who flashes. Does manage to get a pretty nice Cyclone, but he's smacked in the back of the head by a Glacial Prison. Chovy still looking for a little bit more as Lahens finds a knock-up onto Dove. Extendo Beam does a lot of damage. The flash not quite long enough onto Chovy to try and lock him down there. Now Dove has to run away. So Liv Sandbox back on the Baron once again. Man advantage very clear now. Teleport available for Doran though. Liv Sandbox not, and they back away.
Yeah, they really need to also because Soul Point is available for them. Ruler. Maybe try and deny some backs, but not going to be the case.
Maybe run to the Drake to deny a soul.
What? Yeah, they really should. As Prince actually going to shove out this wave. I don't know if he's going to hit a spike, but I would love for them to make their way over ASAP as Kyle and Croco. This two-man unit has been the core of Sandbox. They've been the one enabling Prince, and yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta actually respect the setup. But no, Prince just won it.
Yeah.
An extra level. He's only level 15, which is the highest in the game, combined with Chovy, who's sitting on 260 CS.
Yep, certainly making that passive work for him so far this series. Really demonstrating why so many of our players are picking up the Nila.
Atlas.
Okay, Croco lying in wait. Piggy in a brush. Not going to find the monkey though with the Winter's Wrath. It's Chovy over to the side. Does have that Banshee's Veil still applied. And Ruler in pretty good position in the back of this pit. But it's going to be another 50-50. Can the soul actually be secured? And it can. Croco locks that one down. Now it's team fight time as the Emperor's Divide comes on through. It's doing a whole lot of work, but it's only the decoy that's fallen so far. Ruler pretty high health, and he's now just waiting for these cooldowns. But they've lost the Ornn already. And now they're looking for this turnaround. Low health was Ruler. He's going to get hooked, but he flashes over the wall. Croco closes the distance. So Ruler trying to get the auto spin. It doesn't work. And Prince is going to shut him down. Liv Sandbox with Soul now, and they win another team fight.
And for what feels like the first time in the series, truly Sandbox are able to pull ahead, get the Soul, win the team fight, and now run over the Baron, which I'm sure they will get as well as this fight fade away ultimate from Croco. And then Chovy Ruler still doing enough work, and crucially so, because otherwise this Baron might have gone over. Game might have looked completely different. Chovy not even forced to use his flash there, did have it up despite the bug, instead just using his final charge. And then here, Sandbox, they just call the play. They know where everyone is. Dove zoning out Chovy, Kyle making sure Ruler can't join the fight. And unlike the previous games, not that much money in the pockets of Genji compared to what we have seen before. Helps that the Renekton this time around can actually frontline, and we had to bring it up because this is the salty rum deck actually working, Atlas. I can't remember the last time I've seen that.
Well, I mean, it's a salty run back of their composition against not Renata this time. And yeah, if there's ever a solution to a problem, that is certainly it. Searing Charge going to try and get Doran out of here. Doesn't have flash though. And yeah, he's tanky. But is he this kind of tanky? Kind of almost looked like it, but absolutely not. Prince is going to be able to lock down that kill. Apotheosis was actually used, so not going to have that for the next little while, but it's not on the longest of cooldowns. And Liv Sandbox now with this Baron looking to continue pushing and try and get themselves a noticeable gold advantage. 4,000 gold is the lead here as Ruler skates his way out of the way of this one. And Closer can just set up shop around these Drakes. The siege potential is massive. Prince just going to be, slapping these turrets down.
Started from the bottom, now we're here at Dove's story. Coming to you soon.
3, 2, and
Absolute banger.
12. Oh my, 7.5 KDA? Absurd, absolutely absurd. As even with the last game included, he almost has a positive
What's
KDA.
happening? Why are we trying to kill Dove?
I mean, Liv Sandbox are just going to try and win the game. They'll take an inhibitor bot lane. They'll take one in the mid lane as well. And Gen G not looking like they have any idea what they're supposed to do against Liv Sandbox, just bearing down on their base. Nexus turret number 1 is getting taken down nearly to half health, as now looking for a potential option for a re-engage. Ornhorn available here for Doran. Extendo Beam not extending far enough, and that is the first Nexus turret to go down. Liv Sandbox, they are not stopping. Gen G, you have to do something about this Liv Sandbox team that are about to just win the game right in front of your noses.
They've been in this position before, look at the wave.
Well, here's the Ornhorn, but it's just gonna sail on by. Dove taking a lot of damage though. Peanut locks down the first kill. Oh my goodness, the health bars are so low on both sides. The Peanut stopwatch is fantastic. It's a double kill for Ruler. Make that a quadra. And they pick up the ace, and of course the game isn't over. It's a naked Nexus. And we are just prepared for an Elder for Nexus trade, maybe? Like, what's the way that this game is supposed to end?
They can't keep getting away with it, Atlas. This happened in the second round of summer.
Yeah.
They're knocking on the Nexus.
This is
getting
the
close.
poetry. This is the test. Can Liv Sandbox learn?
And a lot of damage goes down, but none of it onto Ruler and Chovy. Fighting behind the Nexus, that's just a structure for the Zeri to pop off. And as a result, the Nexus lives. Game state still atrocious, by the way. Just want to reiterate that.
Oh yeah.
This should still be a Sandbox win, but if it isn't,
That was, I think it was just a random extendo beam that killed Prince.
oh yeah, no, he was. Yeah, he was staying behind the Nexus. I think.
Yeah.
That's not allowed.
Yeah.
No, that's a structure. Can't do that. Can't try and hit objectives.
No, it was a bad idea.
Gen G is really JRPGing it up here. We're like, okay, you got through our first phase, and then you get to the second phase.
This is the enrage. Okay.
Yeah, and that, so you get to the second phase. Then you get to the Latin music, and that's when you know. Now this is where it really goes down. And then this is the enrage in the third phase with the Latin choir blasting.
This is an enrage phase, but it's not Berserk. It's not Berserk.
Oh, no.
Berserk means you definitely die. You know,
you have time, but not a lot.
No, you absolutely
gotta
don't.
keep fighting.
And remember, this is a naked Nexus, so Liv Sandbox is barreling down. They are likely to just be able to get a few stray autos and lock this one up. So Gen G have to try and fight them. Peanut with the Cyclone now, not getting a massive amount of value, but Dove going to be taken down. Kyle also going to be taken down extraordinarily low, and they're just trying to book it. They're just trying to take down this Nexus. Ruler is still alive, but only just. Doran as well. Bellows breath to try and keep himself up, and now Prince is fighting. The Apotheosis doesn't land onto Ruler, and they're not hitting. Oh, they do! It's Groggo that locks it down. He gets the double kill, and now it's just Chovy trying to defend this Nexus. He's not going to be able to do it. It's Prince. They're just biding their time. He'll get charmed. He does not care. They're just emoting at each other. We're going to a game 4 and Liv Sandbox. They're doing it in style.
The salty run back coming through. Chovy's Ari defeated after a 15-0 streak. Liv Sandbox lost 6 games to Gen G in a row this summer. And let's not be honest, spring was not better. And
it was not.
At least they got a game, Atlas. And now we go to blue side, and the whole equation is going to change. But we gotta.
You can save that tone for when we get back from break, okay?
Oh man!
Right now, we need to savor the fact that Liv Sandbox just ran back a comp that failed to win, made one adjustment, one singular adjustment. Gen G, they shook hands with it, or they tried to, but they weren't able to in game number 3. And they were left wanting. It was almost the Ruler angle, but the base was in tatters. And Liv Sandbox, they've opened the door to the reverse sweep. It's possible. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is it's possible. Probability not factoring in massive damage.
Because if they lost here, the series would be over, Atlas. So without a shadow of a doubt.
I'm not a Sith Lord, however, I do like to deal in absolutes.
As overall, they run back the comp from the previous game. Renata Ben coming in absolutely huge. Gen.G trying to repeat the task that they had. They made them work for it, but in the end, Sandbox actually able to get a win here. Great start. That's how all reverse sweep starts, Atlas.
Absolutely. A reverse sweep generally starts with a Game 3 victory. Let's see whether they can do it again in game number 4 and keep the dream alive. Before that, we are going to go to a short break and check in with the analyst carpet space.
그냥 내가 쭉 방이 오공 마크 해줘요. 쭉 가봐 쭉 가봐. 뭐야 모르고 들어갔다. 야 오공 디코이 들어갔어. 야 오공 끊었어. 오공 끊었어. 앞라인부터 쳐야 돼. 빼면서 해야 돼. 그냥 다 앞라인부터 치고 있어. 대리 봐줘. 야 대리 봐줘 여기. 먼저 해봐. 나 죽었고. 딴 듯. 어때? 야 파밍면서 하든가. 안 좋아해. 아 대리 쪽 봐줘 대리 쪽. 대리 나왔다. 어 다행이다. 아 좋냐. 괜찮아, 스턴 해줘. 내가 막아줄게. 잠깐만, 파워부터 서주면 안 돼? 파워 서줘. 다행이다. 이겼다. 나이스.
beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, laying in the black.
랜더 파이널 대결 시작하겠습니다.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. That was Liv Sandbox actually taking a game in this series, and in pretty interesting fashion. It was kind of close until Genji overstepped their bounds, but even before we do get into the highlights, I think we have to go back to the draft, just like Liv Sandbox did with their salty run back.
Yeah, the Renata ban in the second phase was definitely all we were talking about during the draft. Chovy locked in the Ahri in the R3 spot instead of picking the Renata there, which could have been an adaptation in this draft. I would have liked the Renata there, considering how quintessential it was in the previous iteration of this game to actually defeat what was an extremely hard dive comp. They didn't pick it. It was banned away. Liv Sandbox looked a lot more comfortable in team fights as a result.
Looks like we can't hear Cubby. Cubby, I don't know if you can hear us. Maybe you can.
Maybe this time around.
There you go.
There he goes.
Hey, there we are. Hey, for this Sandbox, props to them. When your first pick goes 0-9 in a game, the ability to run back that in a full comp, it takes guts in a do-or-die game. And I think the read to take away Renata, something that Wolf and I were talking about a lot in Game 2, Wolf brought up again in Game 3, that was a great read and really paid off for them.
Yeah, it absolutely did. As Wolf was saying, you know, Genji could have kind of worked around it, but they opted not to. They said, you know, Chovy's Ahri is good enough, and to be honest, you know, as we move into our highlights, I feel like it should have been, because Genji did put themselves in a pretty good spot in this game.
Yeah, and this is, you know, on that note, something that Cubby pointed out to me and I had forgotten, his first loss for Chovy on Ahri competitively on his record here in this game. Is this is a dive too far here for Genji. They are trying to defend mid. They have an angle here with the Ornn for a teleport engage, but they basically have just walked into the Wombo. And this is the moment that Liv Sandbox actually gain control of the map, take control of Baron, and this is the winning moment for them, in fact. Like we can show the final fight, we will a little bit later on, But this was just straight up Genji being overconfident, trying to win this fight cleanly with the Doran teleport and then push to end. But in fact, they walked into more than they bargained for. Just a huge error in decision making.
And something that I really credit Prince for with Div Sandbox, the whole team does really play around Prince, but one of the reasons it works for them is how good Prince's positioning is to follow up. Again, they're just kiting out outside of damage, but just in range to make sure that was a 4-man ultimate from the Neela. And again, one of the champions that is new to the Rift, but another player making it look good in the LCK playoffs.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to see it work out. You know, as we were saying, a little bit of an overextension, but Genji, but Liv Sandbox were right there to capitalize on that immediately. So let's get into highlight number 2, which was the last fight of the game as they push into the Nexus.
Yeah, this is the second big fight here that happens like this, where they actually go to try to end. Notice that despite knockup onto Ruler here, he survives for a very long time. Is stunned here, does have his cleanse, and almost lives long enough to actually maybe turn this one around a second time. And I was very concerned actually watching this unfold. I thought maybe perhaps we were going to have another fight that Genji just barely wins with. Croc helps finish him off though in the end, and they do end up taking out the Nexus. But might be worth a look in the draft on red side, preventing him from playing this champion because he is very good at it. It is very strong. I don't want to see another game of Zeri Yuumi from Genji, and definitely something that could have been an issue here for Liv Sandbox if the game was on a more even state, which it was not. They gained control there, killed Ruler in the bottom side of the map once before that as well, so 2 big deaths for him to end the game.
And, I mean, now for this Sandbox, it really is the doomsday scenario. They have to win 2 games likely on red side against Genji, as they will have side selection. And I'm really curious what kind of answer Liv Sandbox has, because you have to deny so many picks from Genji and the strength of just the sheer players in the champion pools they have. I'm really curious what the different approach from Liv Sandbox will be in this next game.
Yeah, need to not see the Yuumi Zeri as we were talking about. So let's see, guys, by the way, what the POG will be of this one. It will be Prince 10, 1 and 11, certainly helping him out here.
Yeah, the big combo he had under turret there, which we showed in our first highlight, was one of the big moments, but he also had this fight in this early part of the game, and objective control was much better for Liv Sandbox this time around, I think in part due to the lack of Renata, but their setup was good. Remember last game also, Dove fell extremely far behind. That didn't happen this time. Croco also adapted really well in this game. I think he might get a vote or two because he basically took so much of Peanut's jungle away in the early mid-game because Peanut was tunneling top again to try to make those same plays on the Renekton. Didn't happen, but it's an all-around good team effort.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cubby, sorry to cut you off. We are already getting into the next game. So as you can see, 9 out of 13, lots of focus for Prince there. And guys, we will hand it back to the casters for game number 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that salty run back. And here we are. Yes, it is going to be a switch up of sides. We're not going to have the same drafts unless we have the same draft as game number 1, which you could imagine Liv Sandbox want to do everything they can to avoid. So we're expecting a cat ban to come in, but what are they going to sacrifice in order to get it?
Yeah, as it really has been a story about can we get Zeri, yes or no? Every fight really boils down to that.
Yeah.
As good as Chovy has been on Zari, as much of a presence as he provided in that game as well. Doran's multi-man knockups. Lahan's great Yuumi game, great Renata game. This game a little bit more forgettable. That has become the central question. I personally don't think that we are going to see Liv Sandbox ban away Zeri. I think the Yuumi, that's gone. Yuumi Zeri, not going to happen anymore. That combination is simply too strong, but with how much there is at the moment in terms of picks that feel like they can single-handedly turn a game, Sandbox has shown that they can either go toe-to-toe with the Zeri and even win against it. The real loser is, you know, everyone watching, because they have to watch Zeri for a 4th game in a row. And at this point, I'm sure many of us are not that big of an enjoyer anymore.
Well, so far, the bans are the same as game 1.
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to get nervous yet. But that meant that the cat...
Ban Yuumi.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, no.
Well,
no.
Yes. So, Yuumi will be first pick. Should I write it in now? I guess I'll just write it down now.
This is the darkest timeline, Atlas.
Yeah, well, I wrote it and it happened. Now, Renekton and Azir.
No, it's Sivir Azir.
Sivir Azir?
Sivir.
Sivir Renekton.
Sivir Azir.
Maybe they don't mind about the Sivir. Maybe it's Renekton Azir. Maybe it's Wukong.
Wukong Sivir? I can see Wukong Sivir.
Mm-hmm. What
And-
about Wukong Renekton?
That's not okay, Atlas.
Give me that Renekton Azir.
I don't like that giggle. I don't like what is about to unfold on our screens.
I just think that Live Sandbox, you know, they would likely do it. They are going to prioritize the Wukong instead. This time it's going to go into the hands of Croco, like it did in game number 1. But I think Gen.G prioritizing the Yuumi Sivir makes a lot of sense. That combo has been just as awful, if not worse. And so Ruler is going to try his hand at this one instead, likely going to be Sivir Azir to be locked in, and that is a pretty powerful core for Gen.G.
Yeah, I'm feeling good about my my mustache bat. That's what's happening here, because the core of this, in my opinion, as nice as the combination of Azir and Sivir can be, especially when you add a Trundle that we saw earlier as well, where it's like so many ways to proc your W. Sivir is the strongest team fighting carry at the moment, and there's no way that you get rid of all the front line. Just not happening.
Oh,
but we are. If it you can't do that, closer. I was about to say if we're going out with fireworks, which Silas somewhat fulfills that role, but not really comparable to what we might otherwise have here. As Gwen going to be banned away again.
Renata ban?
Safe.
What are we thinking? Oh, the Neela ban. I like that. Just giving a bit of respect to how Prince has been playing it, and I think he absolutely deserves it.
Are we banning? We're banning Zeri here. I do.
Neela Zeri?
Neela Zeri seems good.
Maybe you don't care about Zeri.
Oh,
Maybe you ban
I don't
Lulu.
like I don't like Zeri Lulu. But that probably will be what ends up being picked up if it does remain open here. Depending on the final ban that Gen.G is going to throw over.
Wouldn't mind the Lucian Nami approach as well.
Ooh, I like that. For a team that really heavily plays around bot side, Sandbox just slamming in order that top side is very funny.
Yeah. I mean, it's all like they have to make sure that they get the comfort picks for top side so that they can more effectively play around bottom side. As the adaptation here is the Alistair ban, of course, specifically into Sivir, works very, very well. We've mentioned this interaction many, many times. Eba Pole, difficult to spell shield.
Samira Rel. It's gonna be Zeri Lulu. Oh, that is a Zeri that doesn't have a Yuumi and a Sivir that does.
It is a difficult handshake to make work.
All right.
However, handshakes are available now.
On Viego?
On Trundle?
Trundle banned. Otherwise, I would expect that. Yeah. Aatrox again. Okay, so they want to add an additional pressure point, which I think is completely fair. We also have seen that the Aatrox Yuumi in the mid game can provide you a bridge to that Sivir and that Azir value.
It is a handshake though here for Doran into a sandbox meta top lane, which is Aatrox Renekton.
Yeah.
That is bread and butter, designed by Summit years ago on Live Sandbox.
Okay, gonna be Skarner again. Skarner pick that works extremely well with Sivir Yuumi. And Peanut, I know you're giggling a lot.
Okay. He's gonna try his hand at the Sejuani jungle. Of course, he's played it a billion times in the past when Sejuani was a jungler instead of a top laner. This Renata pick is the most obvious thing ever. And it does make Live Sandbox's composition pretty
Okay, yeah, so we're not actually locked in. And it will be...
Wow, that surprises me, Chronicler.
Yeah, I love Renata into Aatrox. That is a good time.
Also, Zeri with bailout opportunities is just crazy with the amount of pop-off she has available to her.
Whereas in the previous game, especially the Nila game where we saw the Sejuani, there's one melee character on the map. It is Doran. So actually reliably getting it off would be a little tough. Now this is still a dream fight, a dream team fight, dream 5v5 setup from Genji. Hasn't really changed anything. Got two really big win conditions in the late game. You have an Aatrox in mid game if you can get fat, can really pop off, augmented by the Sejuani. And Liv Sandbox, a melee topside into Aatrox and a Zeri with a dream. That's what we're looking at here.
But it is a Zeri piloted by Prince.
Yes.
Okay, and Prince has made that magic happen in the past. If it's this draft that gets them to a Game 5 against Genji that just managed to get the record for the highest ever game score in LCK history, beating out that of 2015 SKT. This springs T1 with their undefeated streak. And also, Damwon Kia just before they went on to win Worlds as Damwon Gaming at the time. This Genji is theoretically more successful in the regular season than they were, and they are now once again at match point with a pretty ludicrous composition. Siviyumi, I agree with them. I think it's better than Zeriyumi. They can now play the most comfortable front to back ever. They have mid-game insurance in the Aatrox. This is once again Liv Sandbox, first picking on red side, the Renekton. Can they do it again? Have to just wait and see. Here we are onto the Rift for game number 4. We are 1 game away. Liv Sandbox are 2 wins away from Chronicler, only wearing flannel and growing himself a handlebar mustache.
The flannel pod is that's a photo.
In my presence.
In your presence, I can deal with that. The mustache, unfortunately.
Oh, actually, I want us to hang out more. So maybe if I say that, then you'll just never come and hang out with me.
Of course.
It would be very sad.
Of course I come and hang out with you, Atlas.
But then you'd
Who
have
else?
to wear flannel. Do you even own flannel?
I have in the past, and
Okay, good.
I would not be opposed.
Good.
Yeah, we'll be all right. I'm not too worried about that. Interesting adaptation here. Chovy going for the Conqueror. If you can throw back my mind to what the top side was in the first game that we saw.
The top lane was Aatrox into Sejuani.
Okay, so it was Sejuani for Dove. And then, okay, so because Chovy the first time we saw this matchup in game number 1 went for the first strike. Going Conqueror this time around into what I think is the same mid-jungle duo, but then
yes, indeed, it
Renekton
is.
instead of a Sejuani, so either Chovy not happy or with how it worked out the first time in this 1v1 or wanting to adopt and provide himself with a little bit of power into these melee champions in the Renekton. And overall, unsurprisingly, this has been the story of the Zeri meta that we had patch 12-12, 12-13. No one could stop her.
Nope.
And then, on this patch, kept just kind of dropping games. Not able to match in mid-game. And it was only the Yuumi combination that really brought out the good old Zeri moments. And but the game, I think, accelerated somewhat. And there remains a theme here, even saw that for Ruler. Had to get to the later stage of the game.
Feels a little bit like it's the Yuumi issue rather than the Zeri issue. Although Zeri can certainly have some pretty crazy experiences.
I'd like to think they bring out the worst in each other.
Yeah, the worst or the best, depending on who you're supporting.
No, it's the worst. It's the...
Yeah, no, I agree. I 100% agree. If I was a Gen G fan, I would disagree. I'd say, oh, it's just great. We get W's all the time. If the Yuumi is
Atlas,
picked.
some things transcend
Fandom,
which team
really?
you're a fan of. Yeah.
Wow, no.
Surely.
Being happy, I think, always is better than being upset.
Telling me that?
Yeah.
Not allowing me to be pessimistic about stuff?
Yeah. I refuse to allow you to change. You must always be positive guy. As this is just the Sivir situation. Yeah, Ricochet got nerfed. Didn't matter. She's still just going to have more ability to push than Azeri does. Nice spell shield there. to stop the Grand Entrance. Of course, in the future, it will be Quickness Grand Entrance, which is much more difficult to spell shield out of the way of, and Ruler with Ghost on the hunt should be able to mitigate it somewhat. That is a big investment to get out of just a Q and an R.
Cow going to take it back here. Prince going to be left alone. Ruler and Lance getting a little low in mana, but probably going to pick themselves up a plate here. And even with a cold start into a longsword, not really a match. Croco, let's say hello here.
Yeah, that is going to be the minion getting in the way of the chains, though, and Chovy's just going to be able to walk it out. Get some damage back here onto Closer as well. But the health trade looking very, very good here for Live Sandbox, so they will be able to get control of the lane for now.
Backing on a cannon wave here, but still, a lot of pressure being put out here. Early wave clear of the Sivir. Gonna get hit in the future patch, but not the case just yet, if I remember correctly. And overall,
I mean, it was hit a little bit on this patch, but it's just not enough.
It was even better. That's.
I mean, Zeri was also nerfed on this patch, remember? Not Extendo Beam, though.
No, and we've gone from Thalios Jinx handshakes to Zeri Sivir handshakes. Dove.
Taking a lot of damage. Doran not going to bite off more than he can chew, but he's going to make sure that Dove has to walk as far away as possible. That's a bit sad. Lahan's going to have to wander his way underneath this turret, and he's going to have a delayed back.
He didn't have to go for that final Spellfield's Edge prog. Could have just W'd a little earlier.
Does he need items, though? He's going to
Well, it's Lahan, so he's going full AP.
Oh, that's true.
He does.
So yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
He needs as much as possible. Comes on over, is able to make sure that all of these minions, apart from that one, all but one of those minions are going to at least be taken by someone. As now more battling here towards the top side. Third Q is going to connect there onto Dove, but he has the Dominus. Doran has no World Ender available, and he has to just walk underneath his turret. He's going to hit level 6 now, and so does have an R button to trade back. And as you can see, Dove actually with a lot of control of this lane at this point in time.
Gonna be down LT now, though. And Croco is there in the general vicinity to cover for him, but I think he might need to call over just to make sure that if there does end up being an all-in from Doran, he can at the very least support him. Croco, though, looking for the back, and unlike in the previous game, where it was Liv Sandbox that have prio, this time around, will end up being the bot side for Genji, as well as the mid lane with the Azir back in that control. First Drake, gonna go over to them.
Yeah. So Genji finally going to be taking themselves a first Drake. I believe it was game number 1. So blue side has taken first Drake every single game thus far. So far the playoffs, it hasn't actually been blue side taking first Drakes generally. However, this time around it is. Arctic Assault gets Peanut out of danger. Not that he was in too much of it, but Closer was wrapping his way over. Croco was near his blue buff. Winter's Wrath not going to find Closer here. And he's going to be denied any sort of gank attempt as Chovy moves back into mid. He's going to continue farming things out. Positioning very respectful right now, not knowing where Croco is waiting.
Dove getting some deep vision there. I think he also picked up the crab, not 100% certain, but definitely able to get a lot of control down there on the blue half of Peanut's jungle. And as expected, both junglers hovering towards bot side, but Croco does have level 6, crucially.
Yeah, Peanut does not. Croco's going to move on in. Extender Beam doesn't exactly find a lot of joy as Prince already down to 50%. Good exhaust there onto Croco, but he does get the Cyclone off. Peanut's going to be taken down. First blood goes to Kyle, but can they get out is going to be the question. There's the flash. Prowling projectile's good as Prince is also laying down the cover fire. So Liv Sandbox, they get out with first blood. And that is definitely good news for them.
We'll go over to Kyle. Not the best recipient of that. As
final chapter does come through. Prince going to skate his way out, and the angle not going to be that great. So, Liv Sandbox escape, and costs Prince a E-button.
Ruler still has 6 available now, or just got 6 rather, so might have wanted to look for something, but with the ultimate available and no ulti on my hands, I think it is very hard to lock down this area reliably. Prince not quite sure whether he wanted to stick around. His Dove just face tanks.
Yeah.
Trade. Not too bothered. He is, after all, Renekton.
He is. Plate is going to be picked up here. Of course, Prince is playing with fire. But this is a guy that lives life on the edge. And he's going to continue to do so. 2 plates are going to come through. You and me is going to get Lehens well and truly out of trouble.
Yeah, if you hit that, you would definitely take him down, but not going to be the case. And this relentless pressure, this is what I was expecting coming into today's game. Because Gen.G throughout the entirety of the split has just been so on point with perma-shove in lanes, get plates, and find yourself with a lead. The moment that you get a lane phase, the earlier the better. Going to be the case here as well, and Prince going to miss about half a wave.
Yeah.
They will get a herald for their efforts, and I'm fairly certain that will be dropped on bot side.
You would hope so, to allow Prince to get even more money, or at least in the lane that Prince is going to be in.
Yeah.
Ruler is going to be moving down back towards that bottom side. No lane swaps for them, but let's have a look at this play one more time. As Croco coming in with that level advantage, and that was basically all that Live Sandbox needed.
Yeah, that was really the big difference maker. Due to Prince and Cal not having ultimates available here, it actually gets a little dicey, and even with the knock-up, there's not enough damage to actually take down Lehens at this point in time. And Prince very sad as he doesn't get the extendo beam. And now overall, early lead, small gold lead for Sandbox with that first bot they were able to pick up. Next Drake fight, I think, going to give us a really good indicator of what we can expect to see as this game progresses, because first fights should be very, very strong for them. If you get a couple of early kills on Zeri, you're going to be feeling very, very good. And if you fall behind, good luck. You'll need it.
It's going to be a very difficult time. And the way Live Sandbox's comp actually works out kind of plays into the hands of a Sivir quite nicely, with the fact that they are all extraordinarily short range. So ricochet value is just immensely high.
Yeah, you basically have to just murder her immediately.
Yeah.
Which you can. You have great tools for that, but it's tough.
It is. But we'll see whether Live Sandbox can do it, because of course they have found ways to win team fights in every single game that we've seen thus far. It doesn't matter what Gen.G have crafted for themselves. We've actually quite liked the majority of Gen.G drafts, outside of maybe, you know, the Rakan Zeri being a step too far last time around when they had the ability to early pick the Renato, like the boys on the couch did let us know. Although there is no couch, there are chairs. Don't know what I'm talking about as far as that is concerned. But a bit of fighting here on the bottom side. And yeah, they need to have an answer for Ruler, and we'll see whether they do.
Prince taking a bit of a painful trade there. And 14 seconds. Kind of grumpy, gives you a fair amount of health and mana back, so
there you go.
Ain't too bad. Tasty snack as Prio, as per usual, is going to be grabbed by the Sivir here. Ruler making sure, setting up. Goon Squad is there.
Oh, he has a huge CS advantage as well.
Oh, yeah.
As he picks up this wave. So likely to be that Kraken Slayer available as Lehens, you and me, does come through. And that is the quick... Oh, yeah. Yeah, quickness actually already out. So Kyle not going to have that for a fight if it breaks out. Doran's rotating down.
They'll just TP
there
the top.
is a Sejuani here as well. They definitely can't,
but they will.
This is Live Sandbox. That is their way. 50% health, no ulti. There is the R button from Peanut, but the decoy is what's going to eat it. Peanut, there's the final chapter. Okay, Croco gonna get snared up. He's taking a lot of damage. There's the flash forward from Doran. We love the aggression as Chovy is gonna pick up that kill. Now the fight, Prince against Ruler, but it's not fair. Peanut just going to Arctic Assault right on top of him, using that flash, and they'll grab their second Drake as well as a one-team fight. Gen.G off to a great start now.
Not allowed to do that, Sandbox. You are down a member. You just used your quickness. Didn't get anything out of it, so that is a dangerous overreach, and Gen.G say, thank you very much. We're going to take that. Read Sandbox very, very well. Teleport immediately to top side. Ruler untouched in that fight. And even though Croco is able to very nicely tank here as... Oh,
all right, well, there's a flash away as Chovy's down extraordinarily low. Closer and Chovy both just fighting one another. Closer with the advantage as far as health bar, but unable to quite get the kill.
Very nicely done there by Closer, at least generating an amount of pressure, which is very necessary of how the game has been going thus far. And yeah, we're going to get another look at this fight. And even though Croco isn't too botted initially, you're down a member. And Closer is also slow to the play. Kyle goes in, doesn't have a quickness.
I mean, Kyle can't do anything.
Well, no. No, he can, well, he also shouldn't, again, because they're
Oh,
down.
no, yeah. Yeah.
And this is classic Lift Sandbox move. Seen them make these work. This case, not quite happening as closer. Down a level, but he hits the chains, so able to get an incredible amount of damage as
Oh, that was
so
just
close.
so close.
Yeah, if he hits that, very big moment is...
If it had have been Liv Sandbox winning the Infernal Drake fight, Closer also gets that kill.
Oh yeah, agreed.
It's sad. Anyway, he does have a final chapter. Definitely a high-value ultimate. Not one that's very easy to get, because targeting the Yuumi is often difficult. However, is able to lock it down this time.
So, based on the normal Sandbox trajectory, I give him 2 more fights, and if those both don't go in their way,
then the third one.
That's no, no, not then the third one will. Then it will be downhill from there. But they still have 2 opportunities.
Wait, does that mean that you're currently doubting Liv Sandbox? Because oftentimes, when you doubt Liv Sandbox, or I doubt Liv Sandbox, that is when they're almost guaranteed to win. This is the really difficult part.
It's not doubting necessarily. There's bounties. Atlas with 14.
Oh yeah, I mean Genji,
minutes in.
for all intents and purposes, they are in an absolutely winning position. They've got an extraordinary composition, especially into what Liv Sandbox has. As Closer is going to chase after Chovy, but final chapter is not going to connect. Doran is pressing some buttons towards Dove. Ruler is tidying up the mid lane. But yeah, no, I think that Genji shouldn't lose another fight as this game goes on, especially given Liv Sandbox's propensity just to go for any sort of fight on any objective.
They're setting up for one right now.
No, exactly. And that's got a bounty on it as well. They're even more incentivized to take the fight, Chronicler.
Little did they know, they don't need incentives yet. There Croco goes. Just harass Peanut a little bit. At least this one will be a 5v5.
It will.
Might have something a little bit closer.
Quickness also available. Yeah, exactly.
Kyle still level 6. We're on the same track there.
Exactly. I'm really glad that we've got a bit of a mind meld on that one. What we're focusing on here, Doran with a really nice Q. But Dove not going to be infernally changed this time around. So Croco has started up Shirley. And Prince, relatively safe now in the back of the pit. Able to get some autos through, but Genji are just poking and poking and poking. Okay, Croco's just going to be nailed. Can he be 100-0'd? Absolutely he can. As now Genji are just laying into them. A very dead Crocodile now exists. They'll also go over and grab themselves this Rift Herald. It's precisely what you were saying, Chronicler. Liv Sandbox, they never leave a fight unfought, even if they're not in the greatest position to take it.
And unfortunately for Croco there, I think he tried to go for a play where you go over the wall, hide in the brush, and then find backline access. But there's a ward there. So instead of it working out, there's also a control ward right beside him. I think that one doesn't even go down. So yeah, they spot him completely. Peanut finds the opportunity, takes him down 100-0, and then Prince and Close are like, we're not fighting this. It's not happening. Yeah. Dove, at that point, not going to be able to make it out, so it goes down as well. And yeah, this is what happens in every game 2 in the best of threes that Genji and Sandbox played. 4K gold now.
Well, game 3. Oh yes, I mean I guess it's only
in a best of threes. Yeah. So in this case, it is a little delayed, but unfortunately for the Sandbox fans, a little bit par for the course.
And yeah, as we can see, Liv Sandbox did manage to get off to a good start. You can see that little dip. That is the first blood that Liv Sandbox were able to pick up. Ever since then, Genji are just so far ahead. Now Soul Point is on the cards for them. It's a very beefy Shirley. It's going to be flying through. Ruler with a great spell shield. And yeah, Liv Sandbox, yeah, you can grab yourself a solo Cloud Drake if you want, as Ruler's going to have to flash. On the Hunt's going to be used as well, as now he's able to turn. There's a flash forward, gets the reapplication, and they kill the Sivir. Emperor's Divide comes down, though. They're not able to quite get the kill, but Doran flashes on top. Now, Duff, can he lock down Peanut? It looks like the answer is yes. That's a possible Zeri moment. It's, oh my god, that was not the skating that you wanted to do. It is dangerous to skate, and I don't think he was wearing his helmet, as Closer is just going to leave via Chovy, who has delivered that kill, and now it's the Aatrox with a cat situation, and it's a dangerous one at that.
Oh, and there is Liv Sandbox crumbling under the pressure. Atlas, they smell weakness, but Genji's not that weak. There's still the hand sitting on top of an Aatrox that is so strong right now. Run down into that, and they get sufficiently ground
Yeah.
As the meat grinder did its job.
They killed Ruler, though.
Well, until they went over the wall, it was fine. They could have just taken Drake. That's a bounty.
But if you start the fight,
No.
who are you if
No.
you just stop the fight?
No, Atlas. I'm not letting you have this one. The initial stand-up is beautiful. Closer doesn't find the change, unfortunately. But Croco still with the flashback takes down Ruler. This is perfectly fine. Right? You wait out the ultimates. You get Peanut. That's enough.
Yeah, I think Prince's angle was slightly
was
more
not it.
aggressive than he wanted.
Yeah, that was not it at all. And if you wait it out, and Doran doesn't have his ult, I think you're fine. It's
There's
close
an
to
Emperor's
that.
Divide. Yeah, so Jovi's going to pick up a solo kill, as I believe that was just, not sure what Closer was attempting at that point in time. Sometimes replays. Anyway, Peanut going to get caught by 3 people. Ruler's going to turn up, though, and he has a cat as well. Oh, my goodness. The final chapter is just beautiful. That is a kill. Well-deserved for Lahens. Croco's also really dead, and they are circling the drain now. Dove is going to get exhausted, and he 100% would be at this point in the series. Prince going to be taken down as well. Is that just an ace? It is. Not sure how it happened. To start it off with Close getting caught in the top lane by just Chovy, and now Gen G are going to get an on-spawn Baron.
What goes up must come down, Atlas and Sandbox. They went very far up.
They went up to the top lane, I guess.
But it wasn't enough, and from this point onwards, truly the game looking unsalvageable here. This is exactly what happened to Sandbox in the regular split. And they made Gen G work for 3 straight games. But in the 4th game, Gen G doesn't really have to work for it anymore. As Sandbox run into them. This is the reason why this was the fastest individual game in round robin 1.
It was Gen G versus Liv Sandbox, and this was when Liv Sandbox were already good. Like, they were already managing to take so many great wins.
This is who they are.
No, absolutely. We're not saying this is not about Liv Sandbox not being a team that's up to caliber. This is about Liv Sandbox. They live to fight.
They're living their truth, Atlas.
They are absolutely living their truth. That is absolutely just exactly the way that you need to describe Liv Sandbox, and we always have. They stay true to themselves. This time, it's not a great look, because they're down 12,000 gold. However,
they're going to keep going.
Where are the comeback mechanics necessarily, unless it's we can out-hands them that one time. Or maybe it's Dove split pushing as Renekton in this top lane.
Yes.
Although I hazard a guess that it's not necessarily that. I'm not a League of Legends strict scientist.
No, it is.
But I would say that this is a negative for Liv Sandbox as far as the trade.
It is only fitting because this is the most Sandbox. This is the most typical way for this best of 5 to end.
It is.
3 amazing games. Sandbox breaking.
Nail biters.
Breaking the 16-0 win streak.
They might be able to break a crown. There's the Emperor's Divide. Final chapter is going to make sure that Chovy is absolutely fine, and in fact, he's just going to kill Croco. Here's the turn, and Gen G will pick it up. The Emperor's Divide from Closer leaves a little bit to be desired.
That might be it!
And that is just going to be it. Gen G will be your first confirmed finalists here for Summer 2022. Prince is going to take a crab, maybe. But his Nexus is most definitely going down. Extraordinarily well-deserved here for Gen G after having an unprecedented regular season run. They've done it before in years past. 6 times in a row, they've made it to this level of the playoffs. And they are once again this year going back to the final. And Doran just wanting to bow already, whereas everybody else needing to get these hugs out.
And with this, Gen G also qualified for Worlds. Unsurprisingly, the scenarios in which they didn't make it were very, very small. And they've escaped them all. Will make it to Worlds no matter what. And
guaranteed at least first or second seed as well.
Yeah, because due to the points, because they made it to finals. And if we look at this series as a whole, it really had it all. But Gen G are clearly the better team on the day. They've been the better team against everyone in the LCK for Summer Round 2. And we actually had a look at this stat. in the LCK, since its inception, the team that wins round 2 summer wins the playoffs. There has never been a team that has been able to break that spell. In spring, sometimes we get the upset, but
summer not to be the case.
No.
An absolutely amazing performance here for Gen.G. Some question marks for Game 3. The run back there from Liv Sandbox, very Sandbox. Big congratulations for Chovy. I think this was his best game.
Agreed.
By a decent margin. It was definitely subdued for Chovy, to be honest, throughout this series. But he's on Gen.G. This is a squad with so many that can stand up and carry. Largely, this was about the bottom lane. It always is going to be when it's Prince versus Ruler. And Ruler this time did manage to get the better of Prince. However, it's not the last you're going to see of him. Prince will be back here at LoL Park for the Worlds qualifier. And I know that I really want to see Liv Sandbox at Worlds. I just think that this team is so fun to watch. And I don't know whether they'd be able to win it all, but they will fight. And they will fight hard.
You're preaching to the choir, Atlas. Of course I want to see Sandbox at Worlds. That's a no-brainer. Team, so easy to love. A team with very clearly defined strengths, as we saw in the first few games. very clearly defined weaknesses as Prince. This might have actually been the root of the issue. But Prince, like, I could do this in every fight.
Yeah.
I could do it. Taking another, this is what, the third 4v5 fight that they take?
Yeah, and it's basically 3v5 because Kyle has grand entrance as far as buttons that do anything.
Yeah, and the closer is also not actually there, so really 3v5 if you're feeling not very generous.
Yeah.
But they went that far. That's the Sandbox way.
It didn't work.
Oh,
it wasn't the right call.
Absolutely
but
not.
They absolutely did the Sandbox thing. This was also just a great play from Croco, to be honest, being able to lock down Ruler. You mentioned that, stop the tape right here and back away. But instead, what we're doing is we're eating under turrets.
They're both full health as well.
Yeah.
It's full health Aatrox with...
I mean, you say both. There's also a Yuumi there.
No, I know, but even if that's not the case, just diving face first into an Aatrox with ult top. Oh, Sandbox.
Never change, Prince. Never change.
Fighting here as well, and as a Sandbox fan, you can't be sad about this team.
Oh, absolutely.
They got as far as they could. They took a game off of Gen.G, put a tarnish on Chovy's record.
They achieved exactly what they set out for themselves as well. Remember, this is a team that had never made it past the first round of playoffs ever before in the history of the organization. This performance this season was unprecedented for this team, and they should have their heads held extremely high walking out of the tournament in this position. Third place, LCK Summer 2022, as Liv Sandbox, that's brilliant. And it's next year where you look so.
And for Gen.G, looking like the absolute favorite in terms of finals. Scores that have been put up by them this split are literally historic in terms of how dominant they have been. And it would take a colossal effort from whoever makes it, be it T1, be it an upset, a dark horse run from Dumb Kia. I don't know who it's going to be, but good luck. You'll need it.
Prince slowly packing everything up, make his way out, but I really hope that this loss doesn't hurt too much, because I know that myself and so many others are still so extraordinarily proud of not just Liv Sandbox, Prince especially, in my mind was just so much of a catalyst for all this success that Liv Sandbox have picked up, and given some more time, this team could achieve such amazing things. So, just have to say, amazingly played this season.
I loved it. I think incredibly fun playoffs day overall. Very happy with you being back, getting a couple of bangers, getting a classic Sandbox game. What more could you want?
Well, do you know what I want? I want some analytical carpet space. So we are going to throw it over to Valdez, Wolf, and Cubby to break down the series.
Thank you, casters, for your great work today. And yeah, that was the game number 4 that I'm sure some Gen.G voters would have predicted should have happened at least once. It did come here at the end of the series. It was a 22-minute stomp, and Gen.G kind of proved that they are the much better team at the end of the day. And of course, they did qualify for Worlds, which is pretty huge, alongside of the LCK finals. So congrats to them. Let's take a look at the draft and talk a bit about this game.
Live Sandbox died as they lived, and as they live sandboxed this season. Take a look at the draft in a moment and show you guys what they did pick, but I can just tell you guys straight up, even if it's not on the screen, that they went for a Zeri composition once again with the Renekton topside. We're going to do Preds first. Atlas and I were correct. Said earlier I predicted a 3-1 for Live Sandbox. That was a mistake, but we were right. Just want to put that out there first. But in terms of the draft here for Live Sandbox, they ran the Sylas, Renekton, Wukong, top side of the map, trying to rely on the Zeri. They could have picked the Renata. There's a graphical bug almost even indicating that it was going to be Renata no matter what. They didn't. And then they took several fights in the mid game. They had no right to take. They had no control over those fights whatsoever, and they just forced them and lost the game very spectacularly early as a result. This is the most one-sided game of the series.
And like for Live Sandbox, this game did get out of control fast. I think some of the plays that we're going to see moving forward, they have to try to go for crazy plays just because the early game did go so out of their favor. But something I never want to see again moving forward in LCK, Yuumi, Sivir, and Azir on the same team first 3. Just the push and scaling you get from these 3 picks, I really think controls this patch. We've seen teams try and split it up. Getting the best team in LCK, these first 3 picks, Anchovy plus Ruler, it's a really tough ask for Live Sandbox to win this game. Great draft from Gen.G.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I think when it comes to the drafting for this series, Live Sandbox with the salty run back with the Renata ban, I was like okay with that, but then the stubbornness to continue going for the Renekton over and over and over when Dove is just not that kind of player, and to give over so many power picks over and over. Like we said, it's difficult against Gen.G, but you know, eventually I think at some point you got to take away some of these huge power picks, but was not meant to be, so we got to see Sivir Yuumi again alongside of Azir, and it was a bit of a disaster. As we'll take a look at highlight number 1 here, and let's see, what did you think about this one, Wolf?
I mean, the setup for this Drake here for Live Sandbox is just all over the place, because Dove's in the pit, he wants to try to collapse here with the ult coming through from the Rakan, but they're just instantly isolated by a Sejuani ult. You don't have enough control to be trying to hold on to this right now. Your Zeri doesn't even have a Mythic going into this fight, and so as a result, it's really unfortunate because there was another fight that Gen.G won previous to this where there was a huge lead in terms of gold, and Liv Sam was like, oh man, we can't give up this Herald, and we're really doomed. But actually, I think you really had to give up that Herald because that right there was based on the moment the game was 100% decided. I think if they played a little bit slower, the Zeri angle was definitely real.
And props to Peanut, laying that trap, finding the perfect engage to not only one-shot 2 members of Live Sandbox, but also split the rest of the members from the fight. Great trap from Gen.G, really punishing Live Sandbox as hard as possible for going for that Rift.
Yeah, and after that, we had another highlight right away, just a minute later, and this one was over the Drake. And this time, it actually looked okay for Live Sandbox, thanks to a very excellent engage here from Croco, but also Gen.G not totally grouped up.
Yeah, Gen.G not fully grouped up here. They get the double Cyclone knockup, but you can see this game isn't just about Ruler. Toby is also fed, and there's just so much long-range damage here in this composition, and in a longer fight, Aatrox with a Yuumi is just going to be busted. So again, like, you want to force this fight, you had a nice engage to blow up the AD carry, but your comp can't skirmish. It needs a Zeri to actually backline for the damage, and it can't just force with a Renekton engage or with a Cyclone engage and hope for long term until later on in the game. Can have that strong frontline engage and still find success when Zeri's on 2-3 items, but not at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it also doesn't help when Prince kind of sent one in for the boys as a little bit too deep there on the Zeri. And I gotta say, I really feel like Prince has had a remarkable, had a great series. I hope that play doesn't define him. He could bounce back in the Gauntlet as the caster's so adamant about Live Sandbox going to Worlds. Gotta say, I'm with them. This is a fun team. Really did give Gen.G a run for their money and played out their game. So we'll see if that can continue in the Gauntlet.
Yeah, it might come down to Liv Sandbox versus KT for that 4th seed if Dalmon Kia can kind of push through in at least one best of 5. But we'll have to take a look at the gauntlet later on, a couple weeks from now. But either way, guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 4. As it was a bit difficult, but the legendary Aatrox Doran picks it up in the end.
Yeah, I voted for him mainly because of that fight we had in Highlight 2 where he popped off, but he had a great laning phase as well, really just outplaying Dove. He did it all series long, and this is another fight where he does extremely well on this Drake, you know, here, and just overall for me, I thought he was the most consistent member, but and I usually don't like to say terms like this, but I feel like Liv Sandbox lost this final game more than Gen G won it in a lot of ways. Gen G were good on the punish, but he was set up, great fights, and he absolutely tore through those fights.
I really like the Aatrox angles from Gen G. I think both Game 1 and Game 4, when Doran was pulling this pick out, it was picked into heavy melee compositions. You have a Yuumi on your back, so you're a great carrier for Yuumi as well. And this time around, Doran cashed in and won a highly contested Pog vote, but I think well-deserved.
Yeah, no votes for Lehens, which is a little bit sad, but he built AP and got really fed on the Yuumi, so props to him as well. But either way, guys, we do have the interview ready, so let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview for the Uribank 2022 LCK Summer Playoffs, and we're here joined by Doran Ruler, the POGs on the side of Gen G. Congratulations, guys, on heading into the finals and also qualifying for Worlds. How do you feel? I'm super happy, you know. I'm glad that we made it to the finals back-to-back. I'm looking forward to it. And Ruler, I was actually surprised that this is going to be your first ever summer split LCK finals. I'm surprised too, you know. I mean, I've been out here playing such a long time, but this is my first summer final, so I'm excited. So Ruler, today it was all about the bottom lane competition. Everyone had their eyes glued to the bottom lane, Prince versus Ruler, Ruler versus Prince matchup. What did you focus on the most? Mostly about the lane prio. So in game 1, it was like, okay, but as we had Nilla Zeri matchup, we didn't have any prio in lane. So we were like, we have to go back to the drawing board after this series and find out, you know, how does the lane exactly go with certain matchups. And today your Zeri was just popping off. You played against Sivir Amumu comp in game number 1. How was it? I think we had Yuumi, so if I remember correctly, so as long as you got Yuumi on your back, it doesn't really matter whether you play Sivir or Zeri, you know, you just win lane with Yuumi, so I didn't really mind too much. Well, Zeri, prior to this series, actually was on an 8-game losing streak. Is that all about that Yuumi kind of bringing her to victory in lane? I mean, some people can counter it, you know, but it's really hard to counter Yuumi, to be honest. I can't really, like, say for sure you can sometimes counter Yuumi, but right now I think Yuumi is pretty strong. And speaking of Nilla, you know, Nilla has become a very controversial pick right here. You know, some people say it's really strong, some people say it's not. I also recently practiced Nilla a lot, and I kind of figured it's actually pretty good and viable. If, you know, Liv Sandbox actually went for some different drafting today, I was also thinking of playing Nilla, and I think Nilla is pretty viable right now. Are we gonna see some Nilla in the future by Ruler too? Yeah, of course. In game number 2, Doran, you were bullying the top lane, and it was like 0-9-0 Renekton in the end. Why was that? I mean, we started off really nicely with that early gank together with Peanut, and then Renekton was building Blade of the Ruined King, so he was so squishy, so I decided to just go in for dive after dive together with Wukong. We had a very similar drafting in game 2 and 3. There was only one champion that was not in game 2. So, and then Gen G actually lost the game 3. So, what kind of conversation went back and forth after losing the third one? Sorry to interrupt you, Doran. You can go first. So we were discussing a lot about the bottom lane composition, and I was having a lot of conversation with Musong about the top lane matchup. Can you also can we hear both about the top lane matchup and the bottom lane matchup maybe? I mean, finals is just around the corner, so I don't want to spill the tea too much. So we had the Renekton locked in by Dove so many times this time around. So Renekton gets prio early to the mid game, but heading into the later phase, you know, he cannot really match with Ornn, you know, because they are better at scaling. So that was the strategy we were looking for. And Doran, you got this PUG on Aatrox of Game 4. Well, these days in solo queue, you know, a lot of people actually build Eclipse and Lethality items, but you were keep building for the Gore Drinker. So Eclipse is good when the opponent top laner is like squishy or ranged champion. So Eclipse is good for that kind of situations. A really good tip for the Aatrox players as well in terms of the itemization. And Genji was pretty quick in game number 4 to solidify the win. Well, I think there was one Drake fight when I also rotated down, and then we kind of won the team fight. So I was pretty sure that we're going to win this game 4. You too, Ruler? Yeah, I think so. And Ruler, we had such an action-packed bottom lane today. So like in the player comps, we had you and Lean's like saying, "Oh, this was so hard and I'm about to cry." So how was playing this series in general? I was not feeling my best today, so like I was just having a hard time, like not only about the laning phase but in general. And also I was not doing well in game 3, so I was not, you know, feeling happy about it too. And tomorrow we have T1 versus Damwon Kia, the playoffs round 2 match, and the winner will be your opponent at the finals. Who do you want to face? Me? We're talking to me? Oh, sorry. I don't want both of you. Stay there. What about you, Doran? Come at me, T1. Get over here. Doran with a little bit more energy with this finalist call. And Doran, what is your pledge or promise for the LCK title? Do you have any? I will maybe sing a song on stage. Looking forward to singing Doran on stage if Genji makes to the gets the final trophy. And thank you very much for this interview, guys. And I'm gonna pass it back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun. As always, as I don't know if it is really the Doran concert angle just yet, but it might happen anyway. Let's take a look at the standings. Or wait, there are no standings. I've done this way too many times.
Bracket.
Yeah, let's take a look at the results. Then the bracket. Okay, 3-1.
Yeah, I thought it was a closer attempt than like I expected. Yeah, I predicted a 3-1, but those first 2 games were much closer, I think, than I really expected them to be. Really sad ending to the series in that 4th game, but sometimes that's what happens in these longer series. But I think Live Sandbox definitely can take a lot from this experience and improve for the Gauntlet and for next season.
And it's a great story for Genji to try and really shake what has been a playoffs curse for them in the finals. As this team, 4 out of their 5 players, you know, they've yet to win a domestic title. Genji themselves have yet to win a domestic title. And it really feels like this squad, with the record-setting plus 30 win differential in the regular season, they feel poised to do it. And we'll see if either T1 or Damwon gets the privilege to try and fight them in that final. See if they can maybe flip the script on Genji.
Yeah, and speaking of which, T1 versus Damwon Kia. That is going to be Another very insane matchup, I think, in my mind. T1 definitely the favorites for that one, but Damwon came through in the last time. Maybe they can keep it going.
Bit of a revenge from the summer finals of last season, or last summer season, 1 year ago. So very exciting there, and who knows who's going to meet Gen.G in the finals? We'll find out tomorrow.
You don't know. Cubby, any last words you want to add?
No, privilege calling in. We had a banger series. Hope tomorrow is a good one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And should be a very fun cast. Make sure you guys tune into that one tomorrow. Same time, same place, but that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Carpet Space. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK playoffs.
Love to set me free. You break down the wall.